fireflies we used to glide, flicker bright deep in the night. You glow a pure delight. In the twilight sky so wide, like fireflies we used to glide. Together we came alive, burning hearts so young and wild. Oh, we were catching fireflies, like our dreams they used to fly. Like your sweet scent in the air, all our worries would disappear. Hand in hand we ran so free, me and you unboundedly. Whisper wishes to the night, captured moments in my mind. Oh, we were catching fireflies, like our dreams they used to fly. Like your sweet scent in the air, all our worries would disappear. We were catching fireflies, like our dreams they used to fly. Moments I will cherish in my heart. Oh, you're my guiding star. Little lights guided our way through the night till break of day. Trees to fight we didn't hide, fireflies light up the sky. Oh, we were catching fireflies, like our dreams they used to fly. Like your sweet scent in the air, all our worries would disappear. We were catching fireflies, like our dreams they used to fly. Moments I will cherish in my heart. Oh, you are my guiding star. Sky so wide, like fireflies we used to glide, flicker bright deep in the night. You glow a pure delight. In the twilight sky so wide, like fireflies we used to glide. Together we came alive, burning hearts so young and wild. Oh, we were catching fireflies, like our dreams they used to fly. Like your sweet scent in the air, all our worries would disappear. Hand in hand we ran so free, me and you unboundedly. Whisper wishes to the night, capture like fireflies we used to glide. Flicker bright deep in the night, you glow a pure delight. In the twilight sky so wide, like fireflies we used to glide. Together we came alive, burning hearts so young and wild.
There we are. Hello, everybody. Good time zone. Happy weekend. Happy Saturday. Oops. Where am I going?
Hey man.
What am I doing? We can vibe here. Actually, you know what? We can vibe over there. That was actually my plan all along. I got it right the first time, but I assumed it was a mistake. So much for my clever glasses today, right?
NANI?
Should we try this again? There we go, that's much better, isn't it? And what's with the nonny, Sam? Is that because of my glasses? Are you surprised? Do you like them? They're a bit wonky, but yeah. I thought I'd try them out. Hey! That's not very nice. I can't say I blame you though. If I do the... Wait. If I do the heart eyes with the glasses, you will faint. What, you mean if I do this? What if I got a blush with it as well? Does that, does that do... Is that what you mean? Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to make you faint. I swear. Ow. Well, it obviously didn't work on everyone, did it? Eh? I don't know. Anyway, how's our volume here at the moment? Yes, Host, I'm wearing my nerd glasses because we're being nerdy today and making mods. That might go clear that down a little bit. We do want it more in the background, right? Oh, do we? The music good there for you guys? Sussy mods? No, not sussy mods. We'll just drop in a little bit on there for now, that will do. Well, besides getting myself tied in knots with my scenes, again. No, I'm wearing my glasses so that I feel smart today. For educating you folks, yeah. But lovely to see you in, everyone. Good old... I'm pretty sure I saw a Kyo sneaking in there as well with the wows. So lovely to see you as well. Yes, exactly, Sam. Not sussy mods. Okay, there. You do you, madam. No, so, in actual fact, we weren't going to make mods at all today, but as you will recall, we had a little request come through from Team Red. And I can see you there as well, Excel. So lovely to see you, Hairball, you also. Yes, we're all about the actualies today. Hey, I could have gone with some really proper nice big nerd glasses to go with your emoji there, couldn't I? But no, I quite like these ones. I think they're quite subtle. Quite nice as well. Why are you looking so mischievous, little monkey? Eh? Oh, okay, we're doing this, are we? Ow, 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 ow. Madam, pause. Apparently, it's time for a cuddle. She does pick her moments. Oh, you want an actually crown now, do you? Oh, well, maybe we'll deserve it. We'll see if I'm deserving of such a crown today or not. But no, so as we've been pitching for a little while now, it's gonna be technically a just chatting stream, although since we are very game focused, I've kept us in the game category for Twitch. I hope that is for the best. Oh, we want a Euro spin, do we, Reggie? Alright then. Since you asked nicely. Whee, there you go. I'm still very proud of my little Nero spin, actually. Yes, actually. So you've started already. Look, it's the glasses, damn it. But yeah, so our main focus is because I know since we started looking at our modded games and had a lot of talk about them, and I know a lot of you watching some of you are very experienced and capable modders, mod authors even as well. But there have also been plenty of you asking questions on some of the more relative basics, you might say, and just in how we manage things, how we do the mod organisers, and how we welcome the raids even. Hello, Monster. Oh, hello, welcome in. Well, that is a fine start to the day, isn't it? So lovely to see you.
Hey, man.
Well, for any of our raiders or anyone not familiar with me, I'm Rianni, the cozy blue fox, and today the very nerdy blue fox, as we're doing some educational things about making and maintaining game mods in our Skyrim. But we normally play the games, so this is a first for us, so welcome in. You're in right at the start of this brave new territory for us. They're so lovely for the raid. Thank you so much, Monster. What have you been getting up to today? I think I did dip my nose in briefly. I was just doing the rounds before dinner, so I didn't get a chance to come and say hello. But did I see you doing some lovely artwork earlier? I mean, what I saw in passing was looking very, very nice. I say that. So yes, if any of our friends in the den here don't know Monster, she's a very talented, I would say, and very talented artist who also streams doing her work as well. So do go show her some love and check her content out sometime. You doing your yearly beach episode? Oh my days! Don't mention. No, Monster, no, don't use the B word around my chat, god damn it, no, too late. Too late, they've already seen it, oh dear. Sam, don't get your hopes up. No, Reggie, nobody said, no, shush, it's all good. Nobody mentioned beach episodes, it's fine. Oh, no, hey, it's all good, Monster, it's all good. It's a running joke we have in the community. We've even got our own memes about it now. Yes, basically, chat demands more beach episodes, and I find excuses not to do them. And, Dill, welcome into you. Lovely to have you with us. And you as well, Aaron, yes? I'll see how it is. Oh, well, if oh, thank you so much for the follow as well. Well, yes, if I hadn't have already done the preemptive work, you might have gotten more than you bargained for on that front, because yes, the since as I was saying before, we are actually going to start off today doing something a little more involved, because we have a special project to help Excel from Team Red in making a little mod. This is a very, very simple little thing. So some of you may have even seen it shared on the Discord, in fact. So Excel has received a a file, an asset, so just a 3D model with permissions to create a Skyrim mod from it. So we're going to help today by doing some of the work, hopefully, that will enable that to happen. And who knows, we might even go in game, and if we can master it, and we might even go in game and give it a little test. Could even capture some nice pretty screenshots to go with the theoretical mod when it gets launched, who knows. And hello, Mod Nation. Welcome in, lovely to have you with us today. So because I'm a little bit uncertain on how well that will go, that process, we will probably make a start with that one, and that will give us some intro and oversight into some of the different tools we're going to be playing with as well. But yes, I did preemptively do some of the work and a little bit of setting up for it. It's not children laughing. Have I turned it down too low?
Here we go.
This is my playlist. This is my playlist of bunch of it's a bunch of lo-fi beats a friend of mine made, inspired by some of the Hollow Lies girls. So that's what you can hear. I'll turn it back up again so it's a bit clearer, but let me know if it's too loud for anyone. Oh, you know, I swear, this cuddly little madam, you know, I'm sure she just doesn't like me drinking coffee, because every time I sit down and have a fresh cup of coffee, she comes and snuggles with me and steals my arm so I can't reach my coffee anymore. It's good. We'll keep it like that for now. Okay, well, let me know if any later. It should be fairly balanced, actually, but if that changes at all. Oh, there we go again. There's another actually for you. Should have put a counter up today, shouldn't we? An actually counter, yes. Oh, and I see we're back on that again. Lovely. Yeah, so the mod we have in question to work with. Are you going to keep a count for us, host? Thank you. If we can keep a count to when I have the first break, maybe I'll see if I can add a quick overlay for it, but I'm not even sure how I would do so, and it would still need a manual update then, so that's why I've never bothered with these things. They seem too much hassle. Well, hello, Siva. Hello, hello. Yeah, so the mod in question, it is a sword. So the assets that were given, I can show you, in fact. I got the folder. Have I still got it in here, or did I move it? No, I moved it. Perfect. Of course I moved it. But I know where I moved it to.
That's my secret ingredient.
Because I have already, just to try and get a little bit organised and ahead of the game, as it were. You're doing your best, going to be popping in and out. Might have to be a communal effort. Alright, well, it's down to you guys. We'll keep accounts going on the actualies today then. So yeah, so just to get a bit in front of things, we've created... So I've already created a mod folder for it. If I go and open that up here. So now this is something that this whole structure here, I know some people have asked about Mod Organizer before as well, and if anyone has any specific questions on how this essentially works, then do let me know. But for the most part, I will assume that that we pretty much know what we're looking at with this one, although you can't actually see it because I'm behind. It's behind me right now. If I step out of the way a second. There we go. Or if I glide out of the way, rather. So, but just as an overview, this is a very heavily built mod organizer list. So basically the left panel if you like, is all of our installed mods at their core. And that is where we pull all the assets from in order. And this gives us things like conflict resolution, finding things that overwrite each other, making sure that we get all the assets loaded in the correct order. But then the right-hand window here, this is just the pure data files that the game will load itself. And that does somewhat override things as well, because we have things like the archives which get loaded with them. So
Let's begin.
I would say it's fairly good to have a somewhat reflected pattern from one side to the other. And hello, Christina, welcome into you. But yeah, so for the starters, so the asset bundle that was received. Oh, madam, shift. I need to reach out. Claws. Oh, bless her. She's gonna sulk now. Because I had to move her, aren't you? Being sulky. Yeah. She's gonna sit there with her back to me now. Because I dared to break the sacred cuddle because she was digging her bloody claws into my arms. Oh, hello, Barbara. Where is Tawoba? What mod is Tawoba? I'm sure that's an abbreviation. I can't think what that is off the top of my head. But yeah, so the received bundle was it turns out there's quite a lot of unnecessary extras in there. But the important thing, and I will touch on this because I had to go and do some research on this, and it was not the most intuitive thing to try and figure out, but once I did, it was actually very simple. So this is the original model file, a .fbx file, which I am personally not familiar with. I don't know if that's straight out of Blender or some other 3D modeling program, I'm guessing so. But what we need for Skyrim is... thank you, Richie. What we need for Skyrim is a NIF file as the model. So I've already done the conversion, and that is done with a program anyone who uses mods might be familiar with is Outfit Studio, part of CBBE's Body Slide. So it was actually quite a simple process to do. Just create a new project, import the FBX, and then export it as a NIF. The problem is, and this is why I didn't want to show this again on stream, is because my particular game build uses the 3BA body for CBBE, which let's just say has a lot of added detail. Why, that cat's going to get very high at this rate, isn't it, today? Damn it. Well, but yeah, because the 3DA body is, let's just say, very, very detailed and quite functional, there's a lot of very, let's say, descriptive terminology in the generated NIF file, because it carries over the base body data from the conversion as well. So just to clean up a lot of that and make things simpler. So what we now have is this is a raw export of the sword. It's called the Sword of Omens. I understand it's from Thundercats, was it? And yes, hello, Joe. And I see the mod you mean now, Barbara. And yeah, that I don't have that mod set, sadly. Yeah, so this is our goal. So our goal is to take this sword, which we have so I've got it now converted into a NIF file, but, and I will show you guys in a minute, it is not currently fit for use in in game yet. It's just it's still very raw as a mesh, and we basically need to tell the game what to do with it, and we also need to try and apply textures. So we do also have textures that have been sent over, and they have been converted into this DDS format, which is what we want them to be as well. Ah yes, it's the Thundercats remake. Pretty much the only good thing they did in that show, is it? I will take your word for it. I literally know nothing about it. So I'll take your word for it, and ooh, fun guy. Reva, thank you so much for the follow, and fireworks as well. Look at that, 600, well, over 600 cubs now. Thank you, Barbaro, for the follow as well. Yes, hello and welcome in. Do you prefer fungi or cookie or maybe river? Whatever if there is a preference, do let me know. I will always try to oblige. Yes, well, how are we off to such a flying start to the day? First Monster's lovely raid, now hitting our next milestone. My days, it seems like only the other week we were celebrating 500. All the same, is it fungi or river? It's all good. That actually works really well, because I have a terrible habit of mixing them up each time I address someone and using all different variants that come to mind. Yeah, welcome in. So we're just doing a little modding project at the moment to help one of our community over on Team Red in doing this weapon conversion to try and make a Skyrim mod from this 3D model they've been given, which is apparently it's the Sword of Omens, which, as I understand, is from Thundercats. So this at the moment, this is literally the generated NIF file from NIFscope, and I've just removed all of the CBB body references, the incredibly detailed ones, from the list, because we don't need to see any of that. You'll get excited enough just at the mention of beaches, don't you? But as you can also see here now, but yeah, you can see that. Is that legible? Can you guys actually read what it says here on stream, or is it just a blur of text? Not that I can do much to zoom it in, I think, but it would be nice to know. Not easily. Okay, no, I can't do that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I suppose I could create a zoomed view of the overall desktop, and then we might end up missing things. So you have to lean in a bit, but you can read it. Okay, and I mean, if there's a way I can. Well, we'll see how we get on. If I need to show things more clearly, I can do. In fact, can I do one of them? Oh, there you go. That'll do it. Look. I don't know how I'll leave the magnifier now, though. How do I turn it off? Ah, it's up there. Well, there you go. Look. So, oh, that actually works. That should make things a bit easier. So yeah, as long as it helps while we're doing these bits, it's all good. And welcoming Virus, lovely to see you as well. You can see it. Well, you can definitely see it good now, Excel. You came in with Monsters Raid. Ah, lovely. Oh, that is adorable. And Monster, if you are still lurking, you don't need to feel any obligation if you need to raid and run as well. Do take care of your post-stream R&R, of course, but it's lovely to have you with us all the same. Yeah, so if we ignore this folder, this folder doesn't exist, okay? That is just our temporary home of everything that was provided. What we do want here, so I've started off a file structure, so essentially when it comes to mods that are managed by Nolvus, everything is, well, I'll show you, look, so all of our mods, see here, so all of our mods that are in these lists, all of these different mods, these are all in, each one has its own folder in this structure, in this tree here, and that is where we have created our sword folder for now. So this is what I'm going to use as a working folder. Ordinarily, if you were doing this outside of a mod organizer game build, you would probably just do temporary folders on your desktop, that kind of thing. The only real important thing is to follow the correct file structure and the file pathing. But the easiest way to do it is to copy and paste where it already exists. So, and what I have done here is I've pulled the iron longsword from the base game. So we're going to use that as a template for our overall structure, and it also gives us the file structure as well. Or it gives us its own current file structure at least. We don't have to follow it, all we have to do is make sure that everything we use knows where it is, where we create the data file. So we stick to meshes and textures, these are the base folders of the game. So what you're looking at, what you are seeing, with the exception of the folder here, is essentially the equivalent of the in-game data folder. And this is where we're going to actually create our finished mod. And then we will get rid of this temporary working folder to have a finished thing which is ready to publish, in essence. And to answer the question about whether you can convert legendary Skyrim mods to special edition, and the short answer is yes, in theory. There is a process to go through, and depending on the complexities of the mod, it can or cannot be a simple process. There's a much beautiful mod for legendary, is there? Okay. Well, maybe if it... Well, I mean, we have to be careful because, you know, converting anything we want for personal use is one thing, but converting other people's work should always make sure you're working within the original author's permissions. Seek them out if required. The author or the artist who created this particular model has granted our friend Excel exclusive permissions to create a mod from their assets. So we know we're good to play with that. But yes, always be careful. So technically it is doable. Yes, always be careful with permissions, and make sure you show respect to original mod authors as well. And yes, and that is a factor as well, given how long Skyrim has been around. Many mod authors have moved on and retired as well. You know, technically I could be counted as a retired mod author because I'm not actively making mods and haven't done for some time. But I still try and check in on the Nexus regularly and pick up any messages when I can. But yeah, so when it comes down to porting mods, and anything with scripted functions, so anything that uses the old script extender would require a lot more work. Something that's very simple can port over quite directly. However, if it's things like armors, I believe there is a little bit more rework to do on them, a little bit of polishing. But for the most part, it can be as simple as opening up the file in the special edition creation kit and then saving it again. Because it's something called the form. So you have form 43 and form 44. Form 43 is basically old Skyrim, and form 44 is new. And simply saving a file in the creation kit for special edition will tick the required boxes to make it workable. But then, as I said, depending on what the mod has included in it, it may or may not require a bit more specific work to actually align it fully. Yeah, so let's get out of our magnifier view for now. Although we'll keep that there, that could be quite handy to have a little look around on things later. And we don't need that for now. Yeah, so within meshes, so we'll follow the main structure. So we're going to go into meshes and then weapons, but obviously this isn't an iron weapon. So I'm just going to create a new folder, Sword of Omens. And we will do the same in textures as well. And yeah, it's all good, but hey, Barbaro, this is exactly why we are here today, to educate and where possible, help and demonstrate as well. Later on in the stream, I've got a whole list of bug fixes and improvements and tweaks that I want to make to my own game that we've been doing our Let's Plays on. And we're going to be using that as a baseline to look at different things that you can do and that you might see and want to do in your own games, but people may not know how. So yeah, this is exactly what we're here for today. So yes, it is all good. And yeah, if anyone has any questions at any time, be it for things we're looking at or otherwise, or just things that you've been suddenly reminded of, do shout up and we can figure things out if needs be. Like I said, this project gave me something completely new to think about that I'd never considered before, which was converting that file format. So, now that's textures. That we sort of, right, I'm going to take our mesh, put it in the folder we want. I'll actually take both of those while we're at it as well. Now, it is a long time since I've messed with weapons specifically, so I might have to dip out a little bit into my last mod as well, just to check how I configured weapons in there. But what I do now is see the first person, so that has actually, so I don't think you guys can make it out, but that blob that we have selected there with a green highlight, that is essentially the scabbard for the blade. And does this model have it as well? Yes. Pretty sure these are both basically the same, to be honest. Actually, compare them. And put them both side by side. And yes, they are pretty much the same thing. So that now that we're working in pure copies of the vanilla files, these are essentially surplus to the original. They have been moved to a unique file path in our own created folder So we can now safely manipulate and edit these without fear of accidentally replacing the Eddie Vanilla files
Hey man,
when we load all this back up.
there you are, sunshine.
We're going to start with this one.
I hope you're cozy if you're
I'm
staying
gonna
for
take
the whole
this one.
time tonight.
So this is our new model.
I did
So the
prepare
program
some,
we're working in
I don't
now,
know
if
very well,
anyone is
some,
unfamiliar, this is called nifscope. And it's a very handy little free program for manipulating to a point the actual meshes and models that you will see in your Skyrim or Fallout or Oblivion in any of these games. But we know, and this is why we do it this way, because as you can see from the offset left, the in-game the vanilla version of the Iron Longsword has lots and lots of components to it. But the only part that's the model, look, is this. That's the only part of it that's the model. That's the sword. All the rest of it is functionality. This is all the stuff that tells the game engine what it is and how to handle it. Our converted model does not have any of this right now. So, all we're going to do is use this as a template, and we're going to move this over. So, I take the sword from here and copy branch, and that's a very important one. I'll zoom in so you can follow this a bit better. So within nifscope, this is it like so many things, it has a file structure, and that's kind of how to look at it. So we have the main node. It has its own unique terminology, okay? But the important thing is we have the bit at the top, and then we have all these layers underneath, and then each time there's an arrow, things step in with extra layers of detail where appropriate. So what we need to do is recreate this, but with the visual of the sword that we have. So we're going to go on to our... And here we have a similar thing, look. We have although this is a knee node and that is a BS fade node, so this may end up causing problems as soon as we start, but we'll see. Now, because this piece we're selecting has a drop down, that means there's more to it than the one line. So if we simply copy, it won't work. That will just copy the current line. We need to copy everything underneath it, which means we copy branch. Like I said, it's like a tree structure in quite the literal sense. So we copy the whole branch, and we want it to appear under here. There we go. Has to think about it a lot, look. So there we go. So now the sword exists, and if we're really lucky, we might even be able to borrow the scabbard from the iron sword as well, and actually have a sheath for our blade. That would be a nice bonus, wouldn't it? But we know straight away first, it's not in alignment, is it? So first thing we want to do is get it positioned to overlap the iron longsword. So just right click on it and we can create a transform. We'll put it up here, and let's rotate first, so let's do 90 degrees that way, and probably that one. No, oops. This one. There we go.
We'll stick together, right?
So it's handy because it updates in real time, makes things nice and simple.
I'll play some different tunes.
Here we go.
Then we can just adjust the processing. See, all I'm doing is like just clicking a bit at a time to get it in about the right place. Now, it might be a different sized blade, but as long as we get the grip of the hilt in about the right place, it should line up quite nicely. And yes, hello, Gito. Hello, hello. Yes, we're doing we're doing modding school today. So we're working on a project for one of the other friendos in chat to help them convert this sword, this Thundercat sword, which they've got rights to create a model, to create an in-game mod, and we're helping them with that process. Okay, so we can now see our sword is pretty much overlapping the original Iron Longsword. But we won't get rid of that just yet, because the other thing that we have on these, we can actually get rid of the original model now, because that gives us nothing else that helps. Because there is more to the actual original sword than the layer. Again, it was a branch, not a single line. So we have here, I'll zoom in again so you can see, because these, if you ever do any work with meshes or retexturing models in your game, these are things that will become very familiar to you. That is the BS lighting shader property and the BS shader texture set. And this is the important one, because this one you can see down here, look. This is the one which tells the model which files it is using as its textures.
That's my secret ingredient.
So that is going to be our focus next. But first we want to make sure, see that this one, on our imported model, we've got a block here that we don't need. So let's get rid of that. Because we can then crash Nifscope. Yes, this is the fun of working with such things. So we might actually have to leave that one there. So that is first lesson of the day for everyone. Save your progress regularly. Yeah, so it does not like doing that. This is me experimenting a bit now, because, again, I've never worked with one of these converted, imported model formats before, so it's a kind of new territory. So I might even have to actually keep all that. Let's just see if there's a particular component. So is it the skin data? Actually, oh, wait, no, that's, I see. Okay. You know about saving your progress, yeah? The amount of, oh, yeah, Premiere Pro. Oh, yeah, been there. Yes, that's a fun one. Oh, where's my thing gone? Okay, so, well, we will try it with, as it is though, without removing that skin instance. I don't know if that will impact things or not. Autosave save lives, except when you're actually playing a Bethesda game virus, then it's autosave destroys playthroughs.
Let's begin.
Can I have this back up here again, please? I'm in this scope. You. No. Oh, it's way too long since I've played with this. Oh, fine, we'll do it this way then. really don't want to do it this way. Ah. Well, that fool crashed so much you would spam F5 every 5 seconds and then it never crashed again. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I've talked about auto saves and quick saves before, and for the most part they can be useful, but they are also dangerous as well. I've lost entire playthroughs of hundreds of hours before due to over-reliance on them. Damn it, Nifgo, why can't I just have my view back to what it was before? Oh, there we go. No? Why is that just switching them? God damn it. Can I just... No, I accidentally clicked something and now it won't show everything properly. Oh, screw you, Nifsco. They're being mean. And yes, exactly as Jito says, yeah, and we will... Hopefully, if I can get the model behaving, we will do that. Let's just stick with our sword. So yes, that will all come once we actually create the data file to establish the item in game, and then we can actually configure how it will be used in the game. And yep, no worries, Barbara. Thank you for stopping by. Right, so we're going to copy this out from here again. Now this is actually, this is it, believe it or not, quite a detailed model. You can see there's actually quite a lot of triangles making up the whole thing. Okay, that is going to get so bloody annoying, but I don't know how to fix the view again, damn it. Right, let's see, what do we have? We had 90 degrees that way, 90 degrees that way, no. Was it not? Was it the second one? Oh, it's not 90. Oh, Kushi. You quit slobbering everywhere and... Not... Oh, okay. Oh, why have you done minus 72 there? Get off. Right, that's better. Now you've done 90. No, not that one, okay. 90. There we go. And then we'll just slide it back for roughly the right alignment. That looks good there. And accept. So you can see, so at the moment, on our new imported blade, let's get rid of that one, we don't need you anymore. On our new imported blade, we've got the textures list, which is all empty, okay? On our iron longsword, no, that one. We see the originally vanilla iron longsword has a whole bunch of textures to it. So So if we go back, I've copied these over as well. Or some of them at least. So we have the actual raw texture, if you like, the material that we'd see. This one has an EM, I think it's the environmental map, and we have the N, which is like the depth map to it, or the bump map. And it also uses the cube map here, which I've highlighted, and that is just a global, which many objects in the game will use. So we know we can keep that one intact as it is. But what we need now is our collection. I'm going to just copy these over for reference into here, although we're not going to replace these like we did the mesh. But just to help us visualizing things. So because we're working in an obscure directory and we want to actually kind of visualize things and see them, so I'm going to temporarily replace the file path for everything in here to the file path of the directory that we're actually working in. And it does look a bit weird and rainbow coloured. That is because we have the cube map in place as well. If I remove that, it doesn't make a difference. Thanks, Nifsco. And yes, I'm trying to, Saru, although Nisco keeps embarrassing me because it's too long since I've used the thing. But yes, do you like my new glasses though? What do you think? Do they suit me? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm glad you think so. Thank you. And so this is how you rebalance a lot of weapons in your games. Yep, the most pain you ever had was switching Mirax model with Nazim's. Depends on the method, I guess. And yes, the process that you described there, that's what we're here to do today, pretty much. Once we're finished with the model and the artwork. Okay, so basically we need to mirror this structure here, and we have to pay attention as well to the gaps that everything is in. Unfortunately, I've made these a bit longer, we can't see, but if I take this out here. So the way it works in Nifscope is each one of these textures is actually a block set aside for a different type of texture file. So we have to make sure we put the right files in the right place, basically. So we can't simply copy things to where we want them to be. So if we take our new one here, it's all blank at the moment, then this is again a good reason for us to use an existing file as a template. I'm going to take the files that we have, get them into the right place first, alongside these. And now we can kind of draw direct comparisons between which is which as well, look. So we can see the one with the colour and the material on it is just purely the name. And we are going to carry the same naming convention for DDS weapons as well. So we call this Sword of Omens. Nothing else, just matching the same name. And again, it can be anything you want it to be. There isn't any specific reliance on holding to a naming pattern or anything. It is just, you could say, good practice. But now we can see the blue tinted one. So this is going to be our N. This is the bump map, so we'll use that there. And it's possible. See, this one calls it specular and smoothness as exported with the original 3D model. That might translate into the environmental. So I would say, well, we'll try and we'll go with it. So now we have our 3 files. Now we just need to get them into the right place again, and I think what I'm gonna do... no. We look at the first one, so the very top layer here is... if I can find it. Come here. So the very first one is 3. So it's the one with no suffix on the end at all. And the one directly underneath is the N. And the other one, the EM, is 4 up from the bottom. And we have this in the middle as well. I hope you'll remember that. You can tell me now so I don't have to remember it, look. So we had 1/4 up was the one that we're going to do. We're going to put that in there. And we'll copy our file path again. Temporarily, so we can visualize and make sure things are mapped correctly. Okay, so straight away, look, we can see a texture has been applied, but it might not be applying quite how we want it to be. The mapping, it might not even be mapped, so that's going to get really fun. And now what we can do, because we've just done a consistent naming across all of the files, we can just simply copy the whole thing and add the appropriate suffix into each layer. Right, so that is now how the sword currently looks, and what we can do at this point is actually... no, bugger off. No, get back here. Right, so we now have our new sword with an appropriated scabbard from the vanilla iron sword. And we might need to just rescale that a little bit to fit our sword. Try scale of 1.1. We just want it to appear to be comfortably holding the blade. Yep, that should work. And I'm actually going to save that, and then go back in here. No, not there. That one. And we now have our sword of omens with scabbard to go and everything. However, we can see, just from looking here, that the texture mapping is probably not where we want it to be. Now this may or may not be a problem. I can see the green swells up here, which kind of match what we see on the hilts there. So I'm guessing that is how this sword is supposed to look, with green. Would that be about right, do we think? Pretty sure the red is going to be in here, and then these should be green. Possibly. Might have to look up a reference image of it to work to. Yeah, so this is where we're going to... So we can just right-click on the model in the 3D view. Go to Texture and then Edit UV. And this is where we get the really fun stuff, like... I have done this before, but it is a very painfully drawn-out process. So it maps it around us like this. So it maps us a lot. However, the active template, if you like, for where the texture is applied is the highlighted square in the middle. That is a single unit of the file that we have selected. And you can see it overlapping there, and we can clearly see that is the length of the blade back and front with the green patterns awkwardly overlapping it, which is what we saw here. Yeah? So we can see that green. There you go. Might be a bit easy if I click off it. Look, so you can see the green pattern overlapping the end of the blade. And we can see exactly the same thing here, and that's why it's doing that. So I think the first thing we need to do, because looking at the texture file, this looks like a line for the length of the blade. So we now need to take all of this mesh, and we're basically going to remap it manually, because this is the only way I know to do it, using a file that has been ported over in this way. So let's try 270. Yes, that gets us right for the blade. It's kind of funny, yeah? And just to make things easier, we're going to take, if I can manage to click on a bit, because these are awkward. They only work if you click actually on a node, and that's easier said than done because they're tiny. There we go. So we're going to take the whole lot off to one side, so now none of it is mapped as far as we're concerned. We have like a temporary holding area. So you can start off with a blade, and you don't have to be too precise. I have done a lot of manual remapping like this in the past. It's time consuming, but you can be very precise with it. So if you just make sure, because we know we want to get the entire length of the blade there, because that does clearly match the texture. As long as you get some of it, you can just right click and select connected. I zoom in so you can see that. Not that this is something I imagine many of you are ever likely to try and do, but
There you are, sunshine.
I had to learn a lot of this the hard way.
I hope you're cozy if you're staying for
Yeah,
the whole time
all of it needs to be flipped and spun and moved around and resized, and that's what we do. That's what we're gonna do, Excel. We're gonna take it. We're gonna take all of this, because I mean, it might all map in. In fact, that does kind of look like it. Should we try that? So we got it that way. So let's see. Rotate. Oh, so no, it's not it's not to rotate it though, is it? I don't know if we can simply invert it. It does look like it appears it needs to be mirrored, doesn't it? But yes, you can see the pattern and the layout of everything does look to be very much mirrored like that. But the problem is, with the capabilities we have available here, is we're really more... We can rotate. I don't know if we can flip, unless I can cheat it with a scaling. I select all. So all we can actually do in this setup then is rotate and drag around manually. Await scale and translate. Oh. I do -1 with that. Aha. There we go.
I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you.
So now, is that going to line up? Oh wait, no, we're not quite there, are we? What if we don't do that? If I do -1 that way?
狐の子らしいですよ、皆様。母ちゃんキープね。We'll stick together, right?
Okay, maybe if I reverse the rotation first, that might make it a little bit easier. As unintuitive as that almost sounds. We'll try.
なんか空に
Because then if we scale and damn it, cat, can you not lean on my bloody head? You hope this is a gun, Menace? Well, you're gonna be disappointed because it's a sword. I'm not sure full inversion. Aha, there we go. That looks more promising, doesn't it? No, get off.
We'll stick together,
Okay, so
right?
if we can use these, doesn't matter because it's all selected in yellow. It doesn't matter which we grab. We just need to make sure we get a grabby hand for it, and then bring that in like so. Maybe. Should we see how that
Maybe
looks?
audio is a little low. How are you guys doing though? 頑張るから見ててね。
I'd say that's looking pretty good. Clean blade. We've got the red spot, the green hills. A very silvery, very silvery grip on the hilt, but I'd say that's looking about right, wouldn't you guys? Can you throw to somebody? That depends on the mechanics you're using, Menace. That's got nothing to do with the weapon itself, I'm afraid. All we're doing is making the sword at the moment. So yes, that's got our sword nicely remapped. So we have a texture, and now we can see that the sword looks right. It has its texture in place. So what we need to do now, we need to amend all of these to be a global file path for the game to read. And you can see on the one we copied down here, it starts with from the data folder layer of the file structure, which is what we created in our first folder. We created a meshes and a textures folder. You prefer a fire path, do you? I'm not surprised being such a menace.
That's my secret ingredient.
So yes, exactly. It does appear that some of the details are perhaps not there, but you know, assuming everything works, textures can be modified as well, so we can look at that if we need to. But yeah, so as we can see here on the cube map, look, the file path. Hold on, I say this. Look, now you can see. Look, the file path starts with the textures folder, and that means that the game will recognize it wherever it is. So we're gonna, now that we know everything is mapped correctly, we can simply edit our other new textures to match the same. And again, like every other aspect we've looked at so far in doing this, it's the same core lesson every time. You don't need to figure it out and make it up from scratch. Use something existing as a template. And as long as you match everything on your template, you're pretty much gonna get it right. So now we're back to a pink textured sword. And just to be nice and clean, we're gonna get rid of the spare one of those. Get rid of that. Because again, this is more down to good modding practice. Don't leave all your junk data sitting around in a folder that will make the eventual mod download fatter than it has to be. As we discovered when Excel tried to share this to me, and it turns out because all this other stuff in here, there were copies of the same thing, zipped up versions, raw versions, PNG versions, entire folders containing an installation of an old version of NifScope and of Paint, a shortcut to paint.net. So there were lots of things that were sent over to Excel in the first place that were not needed, you know. So yeah, it just pays to keep things nice and trim and organised. And those are all done with. So as it stands, if I not even temporarily, we don't actually need that in there at all. So as it stands now, we haven't added a data file yet for the game to do anything with it, but that is going to be very, very minute, and at the moment we are at 48 megabytes. Which is not bad at all, considering as well that, believe it or not, this is in fact full 4K texturing, which is honestly, it's overkill. The guy who provided it all did go above and beyond. And I mean, a 4K specular map, fine, you know, that's a very standard done thing now, but on a sword, I'd say it's wasted. Because even if you're playing the game in 4K, how much of that 4K screen space does your sword actually ever fill? Not a great deal of it is the answer, and normally when it does, unless you're doing screen archery with it, it's moving so fast you're never going to see it anyway. So I would personally argue that a 2K 1K map for weapons is more than adequate, even for a high-end system and a high-end game. So 2K specular with 1K environmental and normal mapping, I would say is perfectly adequate, but people do like to overkill, and again, we can look at that and polish that down if so desired. Another good option, as a good practice thing, if you're thinking about publishing a mod like this, is to give people options. So, you know, if you want a full, or you want to go right over the top and make a huge 8K or 16K version, do it, but put it as an optional file. You personally like 16K textures? Yeah, that's all great, Jetto, not Zito. You like your PC to be a space heater? Indeed, yes, well... Yeah, but the thing is, when it comes to practicalities, you know, I mean, 16K, and I will agree, it does help, and where justified, I will do the same. For example, the skin texture on my player character is 8K, I think. Even though I'm only playing in 2K as an overall game. But still, a large texture file being scaled down looks a hell of a lot better than a small one being scaled up. So, for things that I can see all the time, like my player character, yes, I will go over the top like that. For things like a simple weapon that is barely going to get the screen time, then no, I would not go to that extent on it. And let's say that all of these pure 4K files we've got, these are what were pre-converted and provided to Excel by the original model author. So, you know, we take what we got. We're very welcoming for the fact that they even did a texture conversion, because that is an extra step on its own, which you need special programs or special plugins for. I do these conversions using a special plugin for Photoshop, but to get access to that plugin, you have to be part of the NVIDIA developer program to gain access to the Photoshop plugin. So yes, that I am a member of that program as well, which allows me to keep gaining access and using it. And it's a welcoming, lonely bassist. A good evening to you as well. Oh, you found our book readings, did you? Oh, well, thank you very much for stopping by and saying hello. We love that very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the book readings. They were all on this channel. We're in the process of transferring it all to the new one, so we very much welcome the support there as well. You learned a bit about modding, did you, while writing the previous message? Well, there you go, see. And yeah, we're doing something new today in some educational stuff on modding our Skyrims, yes. And we'll be doing more later on game load order management and build making patches for your mods, troubleshooting errors, that kind of thing as well. So it's not all going to be pure just mod making today, but some of these skills and info that we cover here should make a good reference point for people, because sometimes you'd be surprised how much of this stuff you get into just by trying to fix things. So you overkilled the specs for calling way too much, did you? And then keep everything at, well, there, yeah, if it's keeping it below 40, very good. Right, wow. We're in a good spot now, so the next thing we need to do is create a data file that the game can read. So we're going to go over to... Well, I'm mod organizer, but this is purely where my personal game is managed from. What we in fact want. I totally wasn't going to say actually and add to the count then. So we're going to use xEdit here because it's nice and simple, and everything we're going to do only needs to be done in this format, so we can do it all in text. There is nothing we need to do to add things to the game world. So we're going to go nice and simple, just load up Skyrim itself into xEdit. Oh, we're still counting that one, are we, Reggie? Damn it. And in fact, I saw you did take a little break, but I saw you still kept going as soon as you got up and around as well. So yeah, good on you. You deserve those cold beers. Right, so since we have based our weapon on the iron longsword, we're going to start off by taking, well, the iron sword. I don't know, is it the sword or is it listed as a long sword separately? Let me check. We got great sword, dagger, no. Because they do often get themselves quite confused between the model namings and the actual in-game naming. So what ends up being called a long sword in a model could be a standard sword in-game, and what was called a standard sword in a model could be a short sword when it's in-game. But the important thing is that here we have all the functional data of the iron sword itself. So what we're going to do, copy that as a new record. Drop this zoomed in again to follow along that. So copy as new record, because we're creating a new object. And yes, I am certain, thank you. And we're going to call this Sword of Omens as a new unique name. And we're going to this is a pop-up window that appears, and we want it to be a new file. Now I know from experience that this can and easily will be a light file, an ESL, so for players of Special Edition will be aware of these things and the difference between all these different file types. But basically what it comes down to is how the game handles them, so if anyone is not aware, and apologies to everyone for whom this is sucking eggs, but an ESM is a master file. The game will load all of this data raw into the background when it launches. So the more master files you have, with the more big archives attached to them, the more it will slow down your game launching. But it can be a workaround for a big load order, because the more the game loads into the cache when it first launches is the less it has to do at runtime. So that is how I managed to keep my old build going. In fact, I converted many files into masters and used those masters to load all of the countless hundreds of gigabytes of files at game launch. It took it about a week to launch the game, but once it did, it would run almost indefinitely without crashes because all of the data had already been cached. So your ESP is just a standard data file. Good old-fashioned, very straightforward, very capable, which most things are. And then ESL is a light data file, and light data files work by having basically a limit on how many records they can contain. And I know that the file we're going to create is going to have very few records, so we can go ahead and create it as a light file. Or... but no. We're going to create it as a standard ESP file. I take it back. Because then I can show you guys how simple it is to use xEdit to process your load order and to identify and test if you have any mods that are suitable for conversion. So we're going to make it, I'm going to make it knowingly as a standard ESP file so that I can show you guys converting it later, because converting them is arguably something that many more of you will be looking to do. So we're just going to... no. Not Coman, Sword of Omens. Right, let me get zoomed out again. So now we have a new mod. So the mod exists with a weapon. Obviously all the data has initially been carried over, so now this will be easier to see when we actually look at doing the editing. So I'll go more into how we use xEdit then. But for now, all we need to know is this is the tree view of the whole loaded game. Emphasis on loaded there, because all we have loaded is Skyrim itself and our newly created file, so there's nothing else in the way. And then this side, behind me, this is all the data contained specifically within the record we're looking at. I mentioned records before, so everything you see here with one of these like hex type codes against it, each one of these is a record, okay? And they all fall into different categories, and there's lots of information there that we don't need to bamboozle ourselves with right now. All we need is the very simple bits we've done so far. We've copied the iron sword from the vanilla game into a new file, given it a new name. That's it. And now we're just going to go through, because everything on the side here is what makes that sword a sword in game and functional. So we're just going to go down the list. Object bounds we can leave as they are. Full name. So this is the name that will appear on the item in game. It's obviously not the iron sword anymore, so we're going to go Sword of Omens. And then we have the model. So we have the file path for the model, because we've created it in here. We go back to the model itself, and again you can see here, look, the file pathing for here starts inside the meshes folder of the game file structure. So, as before, we're just going to mirror what's already there with what we do. So, we have a weapons folder, we are inside the weapons folder. Just for ease, I'm going to copy the whole thing from there. And even though I know I can type it correctly, we're all capable of making typos, so copy and pasting names and file extensions and things, it's a personal preference. So now the game data entry, the game record for our sword, we know the name as it will appear in game, we have the model directed to, and we know that the model is pathed to all the textures, so it will appear in game. Everything else is getting more into the game data. So a quick type, right hand again, if that is what the game says for a standard one-handed sword, then that is what we will do. And I didn't think to ask actually, Excel, is the Sword of Omens, as you know it, would it be a one-handed or a two-handed sword? Because if it's a two-handed sword, we should probably take a great sword instead as our example. Yes, hello there, Zeri. Welcome in, welcome in. In fact, we can ultimately make both versions within the same file. It's not a problem at all. But yeah, just as a matter of curiosity, if you visualize this weapon, is it a one-handed weapon in game or a two-handed weapon? Or would you sincerely like to have both as options? You think both? I think it's technically a hand and a half. Thanks, Reggie. Oh, do we like the glasses, do we, Zeri? I'm glad. I'm really liking my glasses as well, actually. Yes, I am. Okay, well, we'll build the one-handed version of it first. We can always build a two-handed version as well. It was like both, but the size is that of a bigger one-handed sword. I'm sure it is a real designation, Reggie, but we're talking in terms of Skyrim here. And in Skyrim we have one-handed and two-handed. Oh, and hello, Lola. Oh, I can't wait to see where this rebrand is going, because I love the new Discord profile picture to go with it as well. I knew you were getting into your Fallout vibes too, but yeah. Okay, so we'll create the one-handed version first then. Because to do the two-handed version, we might need to look at actually creating a scaled-up version of the model. Because the physical model right now, as we saw, is about on par with a standard iron longsword. And to implement that model as a two-handed weapon, it might look a bit on the small side, but we can say. So, remembering now, taking this back to here, we're creating a one-handed weapon, so unless something is specific to the weapon type itself, we will leave it alone. So the equip type, fine, even if we know we want it as one-handed, we might do it with two hands. If that is how the game designates a one-handed sword, that's what we'll leave it. That's all we need it to be. And we're doing a little spin for Zeri, are we? You ready then? Whee, there you go, a Euro spin. Hey, look, do you like how I did that without my glasses falling off as well? Yeah. Even more impressive is how I managed to do it without my skirt falling upside down too, but yeah, we won't go there, shall we, guys? You're wondering what that was there? Yeah, that's my newest little trick I learned. I taught myself how to do a Euro flip. So, equipment type is fine. Impact data. Yeah, block, bash, impact data. The existing is bash, blade, impact, so it's an impact for bladed weapons. That's all good. Block material, block blade. Again, there's nothing here specific to an iron sword, so there's nothing to suggest we need to change it for something new. What do you mean, sussy? What's sussy about that? Honestly. So, keywords. So this we might want to change now, because you said before, Excel, that you want this to be quite a powerful weapon, didn't you? So, if you think in terms of the vanilla game weapon scaling, you know, obviously we're not an iron sword in terms of how much damage it can do and things. Are we up there with Daedric weapons? Is it a best in class? Is it even more overpowered than that? And that's just to get an idea of scaling, but the material itself, this keyword is going to come more down to how the game looks at the object rather than how it's used functionally. So, based on the appearance, could be we could go with silver, would be a good choice. And yeah, I think that might be the best option for it. Silver. Sussy about the skirt stain up? No, sussy would be if it didn't. Honestly. I think there's one sussy mind here, Zeri, and it's not mine. Well, in fact, no, there's probably lots of them, because I know you're not the only one in chat, but yeah. So we'll change provisionally, I'll set the material as a silver type weapon. That can give it some extra functionality as well. And then moving on, we have impact data, first person, static. So we need to... So now the static is something that's unique to the sword duck. So if we go to that, we're going to have to change this. So we're going to need to create a new static object, because this one is another If that's not clear, everything else here we're not changing, but the first person model says it is an iron sword, so therefore that is something that we probably want to change ourselves. Because we want to change it and it is a vanilla game record, that means we want to make a new one to go with our new weapon. So again, we're going to copy this as a new record and we'll follow the naming structure just for convenience. So we copy that into our mod and we can see now we have a new record in our mod for the static version. The static needs amending as well, so let's give that our model path, which is actually the same as the one we got here, and that this may or may not work doing it like this in the end, but we'll see. Everything else, look, nothing else referencing the iron sword specifically. So therefore there is nothing else we need to change.
I'll place some different
And now if we
tunes.
take that and we come back to our list we were working down here
Here we go.
and just copy and paste it, so you can literally, look, just copy, just select. It doesn't come up in a menu like a Windows typical menu, but you can just select it, Control C, copy, down to where we need to be and paste in there, and it will give us what we want. So that gives us the first person model, weapon swing, drawing and sheathing sounds. So yeah, attack fail sound, equipped sound, unequipped sound, all great, fine, whatever. We don't need to do anything with that. Yeah, you guys, but yeah, you said about the glasses, eh? And I was just saying that it was impressive that they didn't fall off, and neither did my skirt, you know. Because, you know, when you do a handstand wearing a skirt, that kind of happens typically. So, yeah, I'll honestly, there's me just trying to prove how unsussy and nice and wholesome I am, and this is what I get. See, I don't know. Okay, so game data. So here, value. So the literally the value in gold for the sword. So obviously it's a big overpowered sword. It's going to be a lot more than an iron sword. Just for the sake of giving it a value, I'm going to make it worth a couple of thousand gold as a baseline. Yeah, of course. See, you get it, Reggie. I knew you'd get it. Weight. This can have an impact, I think, because we're saying it's quite larger. It's a bigger, heavier weapon. I think we'll go a little bit heavier. So if we think about the fact that a basic iron sword weighs 9 units. Whatever unit of measure you want to call it in game, this weighs 9 of them. So we're going to go a little bit heavier. Maybe we'll go 12. Damage. So this is the base damage of the sword. So if we go back now to... Yeah, if we look at Daedric equivalent for the moment. So we look at a Daedric sword. So a Daedric sword has a base damage of 14, okay? And our currently iron-based weapon has a base damage of 7. And we're saying this should be quite overpowered, so you want this to be more powerful than a Daedric sword? Maybe not ludicrously so. So, should we go a little bit over for you? We'll call it 15. We can always adjust these things later. Nothing is permanent after all. And let's just see, so then we have some more raw data here. Again, we'll just go through each line, does it make sense? Does it make specific reference to the iron sword we used as a template? Does it need to be changed? Obviously, the game date, the value, the weight, the damage, they did need to be changed to have things suitable. They didn't need to be changed in a technical sense, but in a suitability sense they did. But let's see, we're animation, one-handed, speed, yeah, reach. So we could in fact make it a faster weapon or give it more reach as well. But again, all of this, and a good rule of thumb is if you can't tell what something is from looking at it, like all these random strings of numbers, if you can't tell what it means, it's a good chance you don't need to worry about it. So you don't have to get hung up on all of this flood of information. That's there for the game engine. You don't need to know about it. And if you ever do need to know about it, then you'll know when you need it. But as it is, we don't need to know any of this stuff. Relevant skill, one-handed, obviously. It's a one-handed sword we're making. Critical damage. Now again, critical damage could be different. So if we go back to our Daedric sword again, if I can find it. Let's just have a look, because we know we want to be strong. So what does the crit damage for this say? 7. Damage 7 with a multiplier of 1. In fact, something you can do, if ever you're trying to do reference, just copy the base record as an override into the file you're working on. That saves you going backwards and forwards, because what I can actually do now, look, is select both of those by holding down Control, and I can look at the Daedric sword and my Sword of Omens side by side. So if we know, for example, we want our sword to basically be like a Daedric sword, but a bit better. So I'm going to copy the object bounds, because that will make more sense. We know the model is different. This is all the same. Material is different. We know that. The model, again, different. Everything else is the same. Value might be a bit much, considering the base price of Daedric. So I'm actually going to bring that back down to 1100. Actually, no, we'll go slightly more. We'll go 1350 as a base, because this is not a literal price that we'll see in game. You see in-game prices get adjusted by lots of other factors as well. This is a baseline, so we're looking in relative terms. So we're keeping it fairly light compared to a Daedric weapon, and a little bit more damage. Everything else exactly the same. Rumbling things are different, but we don't care about that. Although we can carry it over though, because that is most likely down to controller support. So there you go, your sword will now have rumble aspects for people who play it with a controller look. And then we have the crit damage. So if we copy that over, give it some good crit damage, which I think we can afford to just keep the same as a Daedric weapon. And that's everything. And then once we're done, we can remove the Daedric sword from the side-by-side, because it was only there for convenience. And now we have our mod with a weapon, in which it's technically, you could load it up now, you could boot up the game, and we can use the add item menu or the console to spawn it in. But that's not going to do us very good as a potential published mod, is it? So the next thing we want is a means to implement it into the game, and there are many ways you can do this, and depending on what it is that you're implementing, you might choose a different method. For a single standalone sword like this, my go-to here, because it's rare, it's unique, it's potentially a one-off, I will make it craftable. It's a very simple implementation. You could, if it's something to be commonly used, you can have it. You can have a script, inject it into the level list for randomized distribution in the game world. That is a very good way of implementing, but I don't think it fits for what we're creating here. So now we need to find, there we go, recipe. So I'm just going to scroll down. I want recipe weapon. And again, I'm going to use a Daedric sword as a baseline. So I'm going to copy that as a new record, and again, keep the naming structure uniform where possible, just because it makes it easier to work with. Especially when you're working with your mod alongside the vanilla game or anything else, it just keeps things nice and organized. So now we have a constructible object. Constructible object, basically a building recipe. We have the editor, the form ID, the editor ID we've created. So the first thing is the items that are needed for you to craft the weapon. So I'm pretty sure we don't want to use a Daedra heart. So we get rid of that one. Probably not ebony ingots. I selected it as a silver material. So how about we have silver ingots? A leather strip, why not? Because that could be for the scabbard. But we can keep it simple like that for now. We can always polish this up down to preference at a later date. And then we have conditions here. So conditions, this is what requires it. This is what is required for it to appear in the crafting menu. As in, what perk on the skill tree do you need to have, that kind of thing, if anything. But this is a mod, since this is we're making this as a simple mod added weapon. We remove conditions, if I can. Can I remove it? Okay, right, well, we'll do it the other way then. What is the standard skill called? Let's find a basic one. But maybe the iron sword would have actually been a better choice to use here. Sure. No, we don't need to bring it side by. We don't need to start over. Let's just go to recipe, weapon, iron sword, because we know these are craftable from the start of the game, don't we? There we go. Yeah, I thought I could just delete that. Okay. So no requirements, no perk requirements for crafting it. We created at the forge, so then the last thing we need to do is make it so that it is our weapon that the recipe creates. Now we'll just copy that into there, and there we have it. So now we have our finished file. We will save that, but now that is saved as a ESP file, as mentioned. But this is the thing that some of you might find useful now. So if you are in a position where you want and or need to convert files into a like file in xEdit with your game loaded, or with any files that you want to access loaded, just right-click in the left-hand tree, come down to Apply Script. I've already got it selected here, but if you select the drop-down, I'll come on here so you can see all this properly. In the pop-up, on the drop-down for your scripts, just choose Find. Either of these will actually do it. So find ESP plugins which can be turned into ESL. And click OK, it will run its bit in the main window. And then you'll see here, start applying script. Yes, it's found our Sword of Omens. It says there can be turned into ESL by adding an ESL flag in the header. That's it, that's all it needs in this particular case. What it might also tell us is that it can be done if you compact the form IDs, and that is a very different thing, but it is doable. But that is basically where a file, probably an older ESP file most likely, has a lot of records, so the records will go out of range because I said the ESL has a limited number of record instances that you can have in it, but they all have to be within the correct numbering range, which starts from, I forget what the total number is, but it starts from 800, which is what we have here, 800 as our first entry. So as long as there are few enough records, even if the numbering goes higher because of however a mod has evolved, it can be done by compacting them. But the word of caution with that is, before you compact form IDs, be mindful, because if you have this program and other programs to run these things, they will tell you, yes, this file can be converted to an ESL if you compact the form IDs, and it will all be good. Well, as far as the data file goes, that is correct. However, this is the important thing that people don't realize with that. If the file has things like any scripts with it, so if you're trying to convert a mod and if it has a folder in the mod called scripts, there is a chance, it's always fixed because it depends on the script, but if there are scripts, there is a chance that those scripts will be referencing records by their form ID. So if you compact the form IDs, that will break the script, and that is why and how people end up breaking their mods by converting them to ESL. So it's one to be mindful of. Like I said, it's very situational. It can vary from one mod to the next. There is no right or wrong with it, but that is ultimately what it can come down to, is compacting mods which have scripts. So, and that doesn't mean you can't compact mods with scripts, but you must make sure, I mean, if there are scripts, then you'll have to edit them, and that requires using the creation kit. But it can be done still, but you have to be mindful of it. That is the important thing there. And that is why people often end up creating problems for themselves when they try to compact mods into ESL when they shouldn't. We're not criminal scum. We've been good little cubs today, Mr. Guard. But yeah, but as it is, like I said earlier, our sword mod is very, very, very simple here. So all I need to do is come into the file header, because we tested and confirmed it here. It's been tested, it can be converted, which we knew it was going to be because we're only giving it a few records. So we come into the file header, just double click in the record flags and tick the button for ESL. That's it. That's all we've done. Now we've made it into a live file, and if anyone doesn't know the difference, basically ESP/ESM files take up a slot in the, I think it's 250-ish limit as a hard cap limit on the game engine. ESL files load up. They're preloaded into the cache at game launch, just like the archives are for the masters, but they are not a master file. They sit lower in. They sit down in the load order, and they're almost like more passive files. That's why they're so minimal, because the game engine can only handle so much. But now we'll save that, and I need to remember where my xEdit saves things to. I think it's the Odorite folder. As for why did I ever stop making mods Excel, well, the short answer is time. Oh, there we go. So there's a created file. Look at, oh my god, it's 10 o'clock already. We're 2 hours in without a break. So I'm going to move that. And I'm going to open up the Explorer location for our mod itself. So we now have a fully functional mod. Fully streamlined. So we just got our meshes folder, our textures folder, and our data file. That's it. But that is everything the game needs now to run the mod. So I'm going to tick the box there. I'm going to get my game loaded up while we have a little leg stretch and a break, because that's me been yapping for 2 hours straight now. So I'm going to get this loaded up, see? And we will see if I've actually done things somewhat correctly and if we can create it in-game. So, but yes, we can talk more about my history when I come back, but that is time for more ads for now, so you guys play some fishing, and we'll be back in a few. Welcome back. Oh, we just cut you off there, Reggie. Sorry about that. But hey, welcome back. Yes. Okay, we're not going to testing going quite yet.
I did prepare a song.
Yeah, I did. I did. Did I not say at the beginning that I was a bit uncertain of the all the steps required for a weapon? It appears I've missed some. Because I just tried it and equipping the sword in game actually turned me invisible, so there is a bit still missing, which I need to investigate. So, actually gonna go to my Skyrim projects folder, wherever it's gone. And I need to have a little look at my where did I even do it? It was in the Masmas mod. But yes, welcome back to all of you as well. Thank you all, thank you. You miss fish already, honestly. And welcome in Just a Weirdo as well. Lovely to have you with us. We're just playing with trying to make some mods, but I think I've missed a bit. I've got a feeling I might need to set segregate the model for the first-person version of the sword. Not sure yet. Or there might be some details within the mesh itself. It could also be a problem. You remember there was that branch of information in the sword that I was unable to get rid of before, which all had body parts and things to it. I've got a strong suspicion that that is in fact the root of the problem. Because yeah, if you remember in here, we had this bundle, which it didn't like us removing.
We'll stick together, right?
So that might be... yeah, that might be something that I'm gonna have to play with more in the background, I think, because I'm kind of stumbling blind through that one again because I've never worked with one of these Outfit Studio based model conversions before. I'm kind of unfamiliar with the process and actually changing the model format, but this is definitely an element that carried over from there. But it doesn't like us removing it. But we still covered a lot of the basics there for the process of creating a mod. This is just some intricacies down to the particular mods that we've been trying to build here. So I'm going to untick that one for now. I think we've seen the basic process, the stuff that we wanted to see about configuring the in-game weapon, that kind of thing. So we'll leave that for now, and what we're going to do is get back to get back to actually what we came here for today, which is our modeling, our fixes and things. So those of you who have watched any of my Skyrim streams where we've been playing through our Nolbus game so far, I'm sure many of you have noticed times when I've paused and you've seen me looking down and I've said, because I'm adding a thing to my list, well, this is my list. I've got 3 pages of it. I told you all I've been saving it up to do with you on stream, didn't I? So this is the first part of my list, so a lot of this we're not going to do, okay? A lot of this is notes of long-term projects that I want to attack.
How are you guys doing now?
Hey, yeah, and yeah, there you go. Right. And that, everyone, is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. Yeah, I hope you were paying attention. In fact, just because it's easier for me from where I'm sitting, I'm going to swap these around. I'm going to put my list over here behind me. We're going to bring this one over here because this is where we're going to do most of our work now. I'll keep this in view for you all. Hopefully that's nice and legible. Well, where's page 1 gone? There it is. So, yes, and also you'll have to forgive a lot of my shoddy shorthand in this. It's, a lot of this I just type on the fly and I don't bother correcting typos because I've let my nails get in the way or anything silly like that. So, we'll just have to live with it. And the hand excel, that's from the courtesy of the guys over on Team Purple. It's one of the redeems I have on the channel to shut me up. So the hand comes in, like the other hands that come in and give me head pats and things. That one comes in and shuts me up and actually mutes me while it's there as well, just for fun. Oh yes, indeed, Andrew. Anyone can travel by horse or rail,
Good ingredient.
but the best way to travel is by hat. And the best way to use hands is to give head pats. Yes, thank you, Reggie. So it's the start of my list. So I am now literally just going to work my way through this to-do list of the things that I am actually positioned to attack now. Like I said, some of these are bigger projects that I've just got to keep a note of to do at some point. And we'll hide this behind me. Or am I? Can we work it with it there? We work them side by side. That's not too bad, is it? You guys can still pretty much see most of it. So the first block is literally just things that I need to remove and individual items that for one reason or another have most likely mod conflicts. A lot of these are going to be things like the lanterns, especially because you guys will have seen lots of instances where because I'm a stubborn little fox and I like luxe interiors a lot, but I also like medieval lanterns a lot. So even though Nolbus came with luxe, I wanted medieval as well. So I installed it on top, knowing that they were going to conflict everywhere, and I basically pick and choose as and when I find a place where they are both in use. And depending which one I like the look of more in that area, I will remove one mod or another, or even individual lanterns, and mix them up just because I'm awkward like that. So all we're gonna do, so we got our form ID and our editor ID, but these are search fields in xEdit. And this is the stuff I'm always making notes of on my phone when we're in game. You know, when you see me, I'm like this. That's because I'm making notes on this very list that you're now looking at. And that's a good start, so this is why it's a good idea if you do a list like this to actually regularly. Because now I've got things on there that have changed form ID. And I don't necessarily know whether it's moved up or down or not. So we can try a bit of... There we go, so it's a shelf. That seems likely, and Nightcall a temple, yeah. Yeah, so because I've added or removed mods since placing things on the list, the form IDs have shuffled, potentially. Literally just going to select it and delete and remove it. It's gone. Done. Alright, so this is a vanilla snow pile. Look, the base file is Skyrim, but this now needs to be hidden because it doesn't sit nicely with the mods in place around it. So I can't make permanent edits like deleting objects to the base game, so we're going to copy this. And this way I have my multi-patch. This is my own little homemade patch that I do for all these little tweaks, so we're just going to copy his override there. Go to the record header and select initially disabled. And that will now be turned off in-game, essentially deleted. For all intents and purposes. Right, so that's a lantern that we want to get rid of. So we're taking both of these items. That's a Lux lamp post that we wanted out of the way. And yes, because I have got my entire game load order booted up into xEdit, looking at anything particularly within the Skyrim open world space itself is kind of deadly. xEdit does struggle a lot with it. Now these are all the simple ones. So here's an interesting one. So this is a vanilla item, and that this will give you guys some more insight into working with xEdit here with an example like this. So, no, come here. Start menu, please. Hello. Thank you. So let's get our magnifier back on. So with our object selected here, look, it's highlighted. It comes up on the side here, and as you can see, we have the record type, and then we have each file, each data file, which is doing something with it. It might just be referencing it. It might just be referencing it, it might be changing it, but this is a good way to see conflict. So, green, obviously green lines through go without saying, but there is a legend in the corner you can bring up, look. So, this tells you the color coding keys with both text and background colors you can open and reference at any time. But basically, green is good, red is bad. Or it can be bad. Basically, green, obviously, as we can see from the text, it doesn't change. There is no conflict. But we look at our record header. So Medieval Lanterns disables this object, but Lux does not. And because Lux is lower in the load order, it wins. So Lux overrides the decision from Medieval Lanterns. If we look down further, here we have the base name of the object. So this is the actual static object itself that is placed in the world. Because the reference we're looking at, all of these references, they are placed objects in the world. That's why we're removing them. So this place if an object is placed, that means that there is an object that is being placed. So the object being placed here is a candle lantern with a candle. If I open that up a bit, so it's a static object, and if we control click on it, we can see the object itself as well, but we don't need that. What we can see, just as an example for you though, this is an amber conflict, look, on the base object, because Skyrim, original record. Then we had Medieval Lanterns, second record, which has the same one, but then the winning record changes it. So therefore it's an edit without conflict. Whether or not it's an edit that we want to remain in place could be a different matter. But for what we're doing right now, because this is on my list of things to remove, I want to remove this lantern from my game, and probably because I'm keeping the Medieval Lanterns alternative in its place. So all I need to do is remove it from Lux, and now being disabled by Medieval is now amber as the winning conflict. So that is now what will happen. And that is that one removed from the game. I think that was A2A69, wasn't it? Yes, so next one. So this is a Medieval lantern that I want to remove. So because it's a mod added one, very, very simple. I can edit it directly, and I don't care about editing directly. Obviously, you're good practice for anything if you plan to maintain your load order with updates of new file versions and things. Any edits you do, you should copy to a new file and run them independently. I don't care about doing that, so I'm editing the raw files directly and just deleting there. And hello, Kato. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Right, it's just another piece of decoration from actually generated by Dyndelod to remove. That one's nice and simple as well. All of these removals are generally very simple. Am I wearing glasses? I might be. I am. What do you think? Do they suit me? They're a little bit wonky at the minute, depending which way I turn my head. But do you like them? I think they suit me. Yeah. Maybe I should keep them all the time. What do you think? What do you think? Should we keep these as a permanent feature? Do we like the glasses with the heart eyes? I'm sorry, Sam. I know that will make you faint. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Okay, so we have another one, the exact same pattern as before. Look, it's a medieval lantern. It's a vanilla lantern. Medieval disables it. And was that a silent honk? Or did I just not notice it? I saw it. I saw the redeem, but I didn't hear it. Yeah, exactly the same as before, though. It's a vanilla item. Medieval disables it. Lux overwrites that because medieval, basically, both of these mods do a lot of the same thing, but in different ways. So medieval lanterns removes the vanilla object and places its own version separately. Lux simply overwrites the vanilla item to be its own one. And this is why I like to mix them up, because sometimes medieval actually has better placements and things like that. So it's one of the reasons I do things this way, even though it will be a never-ending job of unifying the mods. So again, we're just going to remove the entry from Lux in this instance. And now medieval wins to disable the item again. And I've got a feeling this last one is going to be further down in the load order, so probably. Yep, as I thought. So let's see if we can find where that is in the load order now.
Okay.
There we go. So this is a placed. No, in fact, that's a false entry, because look, it's actually the armor reference, not the world placed one. So that might be a typo. It might be it's changed the wrong way. So I can't action that one now. So we'll leave that one. So that's all my straight removal items. Right, hold on. Can I edit this? I don't normally use these. Ah, there we go. If I open that for editing, can I doodle? I can, but not with a very good zoom level. Well, can I not zoom in to doodle on it, Windows? Really? Okay, well that works. We can do that. Right. So that's all of that done. With my crappy mouse, eh? So I'll have to update this on my phone later. Okay, so the next we have is icon tags. These are more of an ongoing thing that I'm not really doing just yet, but they're basically they come down to the different inventory icons we see for objects, and it's a bunch of text file editing that I'm not quite sure what I'm doing with yet, so we're going to leave all of that for now. But believe it or not, that's just a reminder for me to do my book covers, because as some of you will recall, my book covers mod is called Burp. Yes, if you were wondering, it's the Book Unification and Restoration Project, or something like that. Okay, the next one I've got a remove all reference there, so that looks like I want to remove everything related to that specific reference if I can find it with the adjusted form IDs from when it was written. Oh, there we go. Except I've made a boo-boo there because I wrote down the base object reference, not the world object. So that will be one of those, but I don't know which. So again, that one can just come off the list. Okay, then we have some more bigger projects. So the Curator's Companion, some of you might know, is the Legacy of the Dragonborn add-on, which puts a kind of a tracker on things, but not all of my legacy patches are tracked by it, so that's just a note to figure that out one day and make patches for them. Toy Box is actually an expansion for the Mesmer thing, which I had in the old one, but I can't do that yet.
Attention alien army, we do have a raid
Oh my days! Hello, Missy! Oh, welcome in, Raiders! Hello, hello! Hello, Noodles! Long time no see! Oh, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was stream? Did you have fun? Have you had a good time? Hope you've been enjoying yourself. What have you been getting up to? We're just doing we're doing something very new here today. That's why I'm sporting my new glasses. You like them? Yeah, we're doing some Skyrim modding, bit of an educational screen. Hopefully not a scream. A stream today. Oh, you've been playing Baldur's Gate. Love it. I'm glad you had fun. And thank you so much for the raid. Yes, so if any of our raiders don't know me, I'm Rianni, the cozy blue fox. And yes, today we're exploring new territory by doing some Skyrim mod maintenance and patching. Can I sneak it out? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if I wasn't wearing these, I wouldn't be able to read chat so well. So yeah, they absolutely help. Yeah. Just don't ask questions. That sometimes it's easier to just take things at face value, guys. Missy's been speaking in Japanese. Oh, Joe, I still have aspirations to learn. I still want to learn. That's why I have subtitles and things on my channel for them. But yeah, time and things to do that. It doesn't quite work out, does it? But yes, and don't worry at all if you need to raid and run as well. You know, got to get that post-stream R&R in and all that. But if you and your raiders want to stay and vibe with us and learn some Skyrim modding techniques, tricks, tips, whatever you want to call them, then you are all more than welcome. But we're very much just having a very chill night, just chatting away here as well. Oh, good job, Kato. Yeah, you may as well be our resident native speaker at this point, considering how far behind you the rest of us are. Okay, so this next one could be interesting because I've got a reference here that apparently I've found a missing texture in-game. So we'll see if we can find the object because the references have moved. A wash basket? Oh, that could be entirely possible. I'm surprised it is missing. You haven't practiced for nearly 2 months now. Oh, you've been slacking. Better getting that crunch time practice before you fly out there. So this is in actual fact the object that we are looking for. Is a wash basket from Keep It Clean, apparently. You're gonna cram on the flight, are you? Well, I suppose that's one way to do it, right? So let's have a look. We unlock our mod organizer. So we can see, so the base object of the one that I referenced as missing a texture, because if it's a missing texture, it will be on the base object, not the placed one in the world. I should have made a note of the correct one on my list, but there we go. And we can see here that this is part of the mod Keep It Clean, and here we have the file path for the mesh that we're for some reason missing a texture from. That doesn't mean it's a problem with the mod. It might be a corruption in my download. It might be it could be all sorts of things. So we'll have a look in our mod organizer for Keep It Clean. Is the raw version not an add-on? If we open that in Explorer, I think I've probably got, yeah, I've got way too many Explorer windows open. We don't need all of them. So let's see. Need more windows. So we're looking for inside the meshes, Cleo's hand and then bathing redux, which, yeah, Cleo's hand, bathing redux, wash basket, being Bob 01.
Hey man,
There it is.
there you are, sunshine.
So apparently this was missing a texture in my game.
I hope you're cozy if you're staying for the whole time tonight. I did prepare a song. I don't know it very well.
Oh, mighty Dan, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Now I have a sneaking suspicion that it's one of these objects was missing a texture, but I don't know which one. Probably a virus, so. But since there's quite a few components to that, I'm actually going to leave that one for the time being. And what I'll probably do is spawn the object in-game and do a picture reference to go with it, so I can close that one out more efficiently. So that one can stay for now. Let's see, PC voice, that's just another reminder for a long-term project for me to finish doing the player character voice add-ons. Right, replace wedding clothes. This could be an interesting one. So I noticed the other day, guys, when we were doing our Dark Brotherhood and we did the Death at the Wedding piece with Victoria Vichy. Her wedding outfit was very unfortunately vanilla looking, and I think we can do better. So, if we can find that outfit first in the vanilla game and see if anything is being done with it. Because it is entirely possible that a mod could have changed it, but then another mod making a different reference to it has inadvertently undone that change.
Let's hug.
Does it come under here? Yes, I know I've got unsaved changes. There we go, wedding dress. So it gets renamed, but that is all. Nothing has actually replaced anything. And we know from seeing it in game that the raw model hasn't been changed. So out of pure curiosity, because I would be shocked if someone hasn't made a much nicer looking replacer. And this is all kinds of complicated. Well, it is and it isn't, it? So, you know, we're doing lots of different little things, you know? Okay, I don't think we're going to want the Coco outfit somehow. Oh, married NPCs wear wedding bands. Oh, that's a nice touch. I think I might track that mod. get that out of the way again for now. So we got an alternate wedding. Teldrin's serious one. Okay, interesting. But a guest. Oh, what's this? The Haku one? That's quite nice. Definitely looks nicer than the vanilla outfit, doesn't it? That could be an option. Oh, there's a 3BA conversion of it as well. So if we use that mod, that will be handy. Because 3BA is the body type that my game uses.
Here we go.
Oh, someone's actually already made a... Oh no, that uses the Coco outfit for the player weddings. Okay. No, they're feeling that's going to be our best option, you know, which we can do. So, does it come with a replacer already? No. Well, we're going to download that one. And we use the high-heeled system, so we'll add that. And then we'll do the body type conversion for it as well. Oh, and hello there, Robin. Hello, hello. Welcome to us doing something completely different. And we're doing Skyrim modding rather than playing with our modded Skyrim. All while I've got a cat sleeping on top of my head. Little madam. Oh, and we very much appreciate it, Robin, yes. Right, let me get rid of that a moment. So now what we're going to do here is, because we can just simply add the mod and put it in the game, but what I want to do is use it as a replacer for the vanilla wedding outfit.
That's my secret ingredient.
And yes, we do indeed love our puddy cats, don't we? Make sure, yeah, there's nothing already installed to that effect. So, there you go. So now we can cover some installing new mods with Mod Organizer for you, look. So, we've got a few components here. So we're going to start off with the main mod. Just double click and OK. Mine is slow to process because there are thousands of mods in the load order. And yes, Excel, yeah, she's an EP kitty at this hour, but I got a feeling they'll both be running around like lunatics before the end of stream today. They normally are. So we're going to add the wedding dress. In fact, let me get rid of this because we're going to want to reload this. So we'll save our progress so far. So got the dress. We'll do its high heels patch as well. And then finally we'll load in the body type converter for it as well. So that is all 3 files, and I've loaded them up in order together. And these are the order that I will want them processing as well. So now I can do is just shift and select all of them, right click and enable. There we go. So now, straight away, look, it's added these symbols. So we've got a minus. It does this lightning symbol with a minus, telling us that this has loose files being overwritten, and this is the file that overwrites them. And the coloured indicators, if you guys can see the red indicator on the scroll bar.
So, let's begin.
And so that's how we know. Yeah. Well, you got really angry once, Robin. Oh, we don't like getting angry. We don't like angies. But it happens. A former friends decided to throw a tiny kitty out and... Oh, that is horrible. Yes, I would be very angry at that person as well. Yes, I think you're quite justified. That is a very cruel thing for them to do. But yeah, so that is a mod selected. So the first thing we're going to do is just put these roughly in the right place. So again, selecting all, right click, and this time we're going to send to a priority. No, we're going to do a separator here. So this is just an easy way to file them away and keep things nice and organized. So now this has brought up a list of all these category headers that we keep our mods in. And we're just going to scroll down. Clothing, that will do. So we're going to pop them in there. Because this is ultimately a very standalone outfit. And a standalone installation. And I'm a standalone wolfo. Do I still have my glasses on with that, by the way? I do! Now I'm a red wolf with glasses. Yay! Perfect. Awoo! Yes, awoo to you, Renji, as well. So, yes, because this is a standalone system. Now, what's this saying about... This will give me a warning on the high heels one here. Oh, apparently I don't have that installed. Okay, I must have the other version that doesn't include things. So... let's go to your spot in the list, and if you ever need it, so when you select an item in the right hand side here, you can see it shows the selection where it is on the scroll bar here roughly. So we can come down there, look, and we're scrolling, and there it is. So apparently I don't use this particular high heel system, so I'm just going to right click and remove that one, because we don't need that component after all. Did that scare you, Robin? I'm sorry. That unfortunately I have no control over it. It's up to everyone else in chat when I come out to play in this form. Yeah, so there we go. So now we have the wedding dress and the... No, that hasn't loaded them the right way. We have the wedding dress and the 3BA version of it. I'm not sure why that's created a separate data file though. That is rather unusual. Maybe it doesn't carry the original as a requirement. So that's a little bit naughty. They were doing a 3BA conversion as a body type conversion. You should really reference back to the original mod and not reissue it all, unless it was the same author doing it, although I doubt it because they've taken the name off of there. But apparently we don't need that one. We mouse over the newest one. It's not a required master, so we can actually get rid of that one as well. So it wasn't a patch. That explains why it didn't appear as a required file. So now we have the mod in our list here. And I want it to appear somewhere in my load order with other standalone clothing items like my hair ribbon, which is the next one up here. And I want this to be next to it because these are just inconsequential standalone clothing pieces. So my ribbon, when it comes to the in-game data file, the actual load order that matters, that has a priority. The priority number for that is 1722. So all I'm going to do is go to our newly installed file. I'm going to put it right next to it. So I'm going to send to priority. No, come here. Send to priority. I'm going to put it right underneath it at 1721. So there we go. So that's installed. It's a light file, but it doesn't replace the vanilla outfit yet. So now's the fun part. Oh, Excel, you just got some... Oh, a new CPU and motherboard just got delivered. Oh, exciting times. So are you doing a whole brand new PC build? Or is this for a refurb build that you're doing? So if I unselect everything, because we don't need the entire load order here, we just need the mod that we're going to edit. And we're basically now going to butcher the downloaded mod, as it were, and make it not a craftable standalone thing, but we're going to make it into something to replace the vanilla outfit. And hello there, Chase. Hello, hello. And yes, Robin, I am indeed your resident sussy red wolf right now. Awoo! So, let's see. So first of all, what does the new mod give us? So we have the armor add-on. Yes, the armor. So these two kind of go hand in hand, okay? We have an art object, constructibles. Well, as I said, we're not actually looking to make any of this in-game, so I don't think we'll need those. But we have a magic effect being applied and a light effect, so magic effects from the clothing items themselves. All well and good. Oh, so you're doing an entire new build, are you? Oh, fun times. You'd already bought a new motherboard, but the box seal was broken, so you had to replace it. Oh, that sucks. Well, hopefully it's all good with your new one now. So let's have a look. So the outfit itself, let's have a look. So we've got the stockings and heels, the dress, gloves, 2 versions of the veil, 2 versions of the tiara, and the underwear, and I think the bikini would go, or would it? I'm not 100%. Which pieces will be needed for the full outfit or not, so I think what we need to do is have a quick look at the models just to get an idea. Certain we want everything but the last one of those. Let's see how that translates in here. And it really doesn't that much perfect. Which busy is a okay, now that That is very interesting. So according to that, it doesn't actually seem to include all of the correct file pieces after all, only some of them. Well, this is a very messy one that we've happened to have pulled here. Okay, good job we checked that. So if I go to I think it's still there in my downloads. Huh? Come on, where are you? I still get tied in knots with Windows 11 doing everything in tabs, not new Windows. So bloody annoying.
Okay.
So we're just going to extract the original file and make sure we have all relevant assets in place. We go back to here, yeah. We'll put all of that there. Skip anything that's already in place, I think, and that should then fill in the blanks. Let's have a look. Oh, there we go. That's got more in there now. Well, I'm still slightly confused as to why this add-on file references a model that doesn't seem to be in the list, even with the original mod. Unless that's a redundant piece that's not used, that could be a possibility. Referenced by the, yeah, just the armor. Yes, there we go. That explains it. So it's a redundant component that's not in use. And hello, VIP list. So you're good on the new board. It was unopened. Now all you need is a couple of N2 SSDs. Nice. 4 fans, and you're ready to stop spending so much money. I bet you. Well, if you see the expense now, just think how expensive it would be if you were buying it as a pre-made. Yes, hello Vipless, lovely to see you. So yes, I understand what's going on now. So if you see down here, look, magnify for you again. So this is another useful thing here. On the bottom of your xEdit, you have the default view that you're in on this side, but the next tab is the references. So it's how many other records reference the one you're looking at. I see the piece we've got highlighted right now, which is the stockings and heels, is referenced by 2 things, which are these construct COBJ is a constructible object, so the recipe to make them. Okay? So it's referenced by 2 items, but if we go down the list now, look, you can see that. Referenced by 2, referenced by 2, referenced by 5, by 1, by 2, by 2, and then the last 3 here that I can't find the meshes for, they have no references at all. Nothing is referencing them, so they are basically redundant entries that serve no purpose. So we can actually just delete all of those. And is this from YouTube? It is what from YouTube specifically? Do you mean? Sorry, you mean what you're looking at on screen? If so, then no. This is from me.
I love you.
Oh, so now everything that's left is the full pieces that we want. I didn't leave any windows open, did I? No, good. Right, just me being OCD. Never mind. Don't worry about it, guys. So, in order to replace the vanilla outfit in use, first of all, we need to find it and find every reference to the outfit. So, We go down to the armor and we'll sort by name because it's very quick to find that way. So there we have wedding dress and wedding sandals and wedding wreath. All of which are touched by... Well, we can forget the QA container. We don't need that. That's just the quality control thing in the dev room. It's all the same thing, but you see all three of them are referenced by... I'll zoom in again so you can see that. All three items are referenced by the same outfit. DB wedding outfit. And that's perfect for us, so I double click on said outfit. So an outfit is literally a collection of clothing or armor pieces that is worn as a single collection by an NPC. So we will see now the DB wedding outfit is referenced by the quest where it puts Victoria into her outfit. So all we need to do now is copy as an override into our active file because I'm modifying the Haku wedding outfit in this instance. There we go, so we can get rid of Skyrim. So now we have the vanilla outfit that Victoria wears at her wedding. And what we want to do is replace the clothing pieces in her outfit with the clothing pieces from this mod. So we're just going to copy these one at a time. It doesn't matter what order they are in. Just replace the entries that are there, because they will shuffle themselves regardless based on the form IDs. So we'll do that's the first three. I'm gonna guess we want the light versions. I don't really know. Oh no, the light version has the enchantment, so we don't want those. Because we don't want her suddenly emitting a ball of light, do we? That'd be quite funny. So we got extra pieces. So we just right click on the list where we're expanding it. Just right click on the header level. There's the header. Right click in our mod and add. Brings up a blank one that says null. Just double click and paste in what we want. And that's it. Job done. So now on my next playthrough, obviously we won't see it this time because we've already passed that point in the game. But now on my next playthrough, at the wedding, Victoria will be wearing the Haku wedding outfit instead of the vanilla one. So maybe we got a bit tied in knots with things there, I don't know. I have for now left the constructible stuff in there so I can still make the actual outfit myself if I want to. I can still craft it because why the hell not? And we can still craft the special enchanted version, but that is it. And this particular mod is already a light file, so it's not going to impact the game load order or anything like that. Now we can drop that, and that one is ready to go. That is in-game, done, finished. And I realise that maybe because I'm trying to talk through all of the steps and working through things, these things might seem more complicated than they are, but when you actually look at the specific steps taken, there's actually very, very little there. Most of that clicking around was me just building a picture in my head of what the downloaded mod actually looked like. When it came down to the modding that we wanted to do there, which was replace the vanilla wedding outfit from Victoria's wedding with a custom one, downloaded the mod we wanted to use and installed it, copied the outfit from the base game that Victoria uses, and then add our outfit pieces into the list in place of the vanilla ones, and that is it. Simple as that. Another one off the list. title sorting. That's a little bit of an ongoing one, and a very generic one, which is going to be a lot of searching. Adapt Legacy of the Dragonborn immersive weapons. That is a huge project. Basically, so the old immersive weapons mod adds loads and loads and loads of displays to the, specifically to the armory in the Legacy Museum. But it is quite a dated mod now, and my version of Nolvus ships with a lot more standalone mods that give better implemented versions of some of those things, because they use the newer techniques like the things like speed, etc., spell and perk, item distribution, or whatever the hell it is. It uses things like, they use things like that, but they don't have corresponding displays. So I had an idea that I would one day download immersive weapons, use the Legacy of the Dragonborn patches for it, and then basically re-divert those patches to use the mods I actually have implemented in-game instead of the immersive weapons one. But that's going to be a big job and quite a messy one, so we'll park that for now under more advanced modding. Same with the Hall of the Forgotten. I don't know if any of you use this expansion mod for Legacy. It does great things in adding to the museum, but I personally don't like the way it's implemented. I don't like the big quest. I really don't like the cavernous layout of the Hall of the Forgotten. It doesn't fit my personal vision for the museum, and it takes a lot of mods. I mean, you know, the reason I have it still, it gives a lot of support to a lot of other mods that otherwise don't get included. So I've got it in mind that once I finalize my mods that I patching the existing museum places, basically to see what's left untouched, and to take all the stuff that I actually use from Hall of the Forgotten, and that is not much of it, which doesn't help either. So basically a lot of the Hall of Forgotten will just remain forever empty and unused in my game because I don't have all the mods that it patches. So I want to take the functionality of that and recreate display patches in the unused area of my own museum one day. And again, that ties into the point after, is for all patches. So basically completing, I want to generate a complete museum based on my load order. And this next block here, this is a personal thing. Why can't I doodle anymore? There we go. This is a personal note from my Masmas mod, because for some reason I still cannot fathom out the script I use. You guys have seen me use it a lot in game, where I snap my fingers and get remote access to my storage in Masma World. Some of the components on that menu no longer work on my game, and I don't know why yet. So that's part of my ongoing investigation of that one. But hey, look, that's the first page of my to-do list done. I'm going to save that. And yep, now we have the next part of the list. So, again, some generic things, some more no textures. The cube map things, well, that's done. I've taken care of that one.
I'll play some different tunes. Here we go.
Matt, can you not just zoom in properly for... Why are you doing it like that, stupid Windows thing? Get off.
I believe the audio is a little low. How are you guys doing though?
Why is it doing this weird stuff now? I really don't normally use this Windows setup at all. I view images in Photoshop. This was supposed to be quicker and easier, damn it. Oh my day. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Zeri. Thank you so much. drive-by hello honking as well, love it. Hello, Colin.
そうです。じゃあ、次は。
So why can I not edit like this? But I did. It did the last one, and it didn't pop any of this crap up. So I don't know why that's there now. Is it because? Oh, is it because I'm on that? But no, it won't zoom in. I just want to zoom in, you stupid thing. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't. That was it. Okay, whatever. That'll do. It's legible enough for me to work with. So cube maps, yes, they're done already. So yes, there we go. So we got a few different things to do. Some more notes of stuff, some more different things, some more intricate things, some more simple common things as well. So I think we'll have another little leg stretch there for now. I will get my xEdit loading up in the background because that does take a minute. Yes, lovely to see you, call it. Thank you for the drive-by honking. I do hope you're having a lovely weekend. And hey, look, call it. Look.
That's my secret ingredient.
Do you like my new glasses?
頑張るから見ててね。
Do you like? I think everyone's very much in favour of them so far. For some reason, it seems to be especially popular. When I do this with them as well, I don't know why, but everyone seems to really like this look on me. So I may have inadvertently stumbled into a new permanent look for myself here. We shall see. Blue Librarian Rianni indeed. Yes, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, like I said, so quick little leg stretchy for me. You guys do get your drinks and snackos as needed as well, and I do hope you are all enjoying the educational experience so far. Like I said, we'll look at some more different types of problems when we come back. But yeah, so enjoy a little break, enjoy some fishing, and I will see you again soon, guys. are we trying to say about poor Henry's shoe there, Kato? How dare you call his shoe junk? Oh, it's actually a while since we've had one of those. You feel like you're fishing in Fallout? Hey, didn't we have entire cars coming out of your little fishing pond? Not done yet? Well, I'm afraid you are for now. Until the next fishing break, at least. But yes, welcome back, everybody. Trust we are all suitably refreshed and content to continue for now. And I hope you're finding this helpful and interesting in one way or another, or at the very least, just happily vibing and listening along, because I know this is a bit more of a niche topic, but it is something that I know is close for a lot of us here. So yeah, I hope you're all enjoying this, and maybe some of you even picking up some things from it as well as we go. So fingers crossed on that one. Your pond has quality automobiles, does it? Low miles, one owner. Was the one owner Henry by any chance?
You excited?
Okay, now this one I will actually check here actually, because I might already have what I need in place to do this one. So burping again, burp is my book covers mod. So that when I've got a note that says to burp something, that that's literally just me saying do the book covers for it. And Ahiman, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope I've got that right. Is it Ahuman or just Ahu? If there's a preference, let me know. I'm not sure why, Reebok, why are you picking up so specifically on the fact that they are presumably human, you know, not extraterrestrial? Just a human, yeah. Don't ask me where my bot gets these ideas from sometimes, but yes, do add the perfect magic to our Skyrim modding adventure indeed. So yeah, so we have Orin's notes. That's the notes from the Legacy of the Dragonborn that we find in the back room there. And if I've got my patch installed for it, I might already have the assets listed and available, but then maybe I haven't, and that's why they're not there anymore. That would explain it. What do you mean, definitely an alien like me? Hey, what are we trying to say there? Honestly, calling me an alien. So rude. The wolf was here, she'd be cracking the whip on you for that. Yeah. And yes, I've just realised why Rimbot picked up on that. Well, the bot outsmarted me in that front, didn't he? See, the glasses don't really help at all, do they? I really should have seen that was reading as just a human. Oh well, I got there in the end. Thank you, guys. You've seen me change into red eyes from Mars. No, I don't do red eyes. I do nice heart eyes. Look, they're our favourites, aren't they, Sam? We like these for some reason, don't we? But no, I'm not an alien, thank you. But yes, welcoming just a human. I'll get there in the end. But yes, so apparently I don't have my Legacy of the Dragonborn patch installed yet for the burps, which is interesting. I'm not sure why I don't have that one installed. In fact, no, I tell you why I don't have that one installed, in fact, is because Legacy did a big overhaul since I made the patch, and all the form IDs and references have been changed. So I need to basically rebuild the whole patch. I see, we like it. Yeah, everyone seems to really like my new glasses, Sam, especially with the heart eyes, and oh, at this rate I fear it's gonna even outperform the wolf and not only have to become a redeem, this might even have to become a permanent fixture. I fear that you guys aren't ever gonna forgive me if I ever come back without them at this rate. I may have severely underestimated the power of glasses. So yes, I'm gonna move on from that one for now because we can maybe do some on it later, see how we get on with other stuff, but that's gonna be a slightly bigger job, and also playing with some Photoshop and texture files and things. Because the Brotherhood dossiers and the new songbooks, they are all new covers that I need to make from scratch. Again, this one is just a note because Unlimited Bookshelves is a helpful patching mod that I need to repatch my own too. This is just a note for me to check on how the mod Project Goblins starts off. Is it actually called Project Goblins? No, it's HP. Is it HP Goblins? No, I'm not actually sure what the data file is called, so let's look it up from the original mod. If I get rid of the heart eyes, I will never get rid of the heart eyes. Sam, you know that. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Does anyone else know what that mod is actually called, or am I gonna have to go and search up the original mod page to find it? I know it's the other one from the Aho theme, but I thought it was called I thought it was called HP Goblins. No? Alright, let's go via the Aho page then, because I know that exists and we can find it through... Oh, is it Haim Project Goblins? That sounds familiar. No? Let's have a look. Where's your list of mods? Oh, they've done some new stuff. Oh, Carved Brink, of course. That's the one we want. You always forget it. They do this quite a lot and have things as different names. Damn it, why can I still not find it? Ah! Right, well there's the mod. So I do have it. Yeah, it is. It's Haim Project Goblins. I knew I was right. Haim. No, come on. Haim Project Goblins. There you are. So what I want to see is if there's something overriding the quest launcher for it, and it doesn't appear so. None of this has been overwritten apart from this one. Is that a pre-start quest for it? No, that just removes a piece of music. Okay, so I have nothing interfering with it. Well, that's what I needed to check. Right, River Fall Cottage. You guys remember this one?
I love you.
This is the place near Riverwood. I bet it's not even called that. I bet it's called JK's. Yeah, this is the very attractive little manor house next to the river
You guys are trying
from JK.
slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now!
Thanks, Mouse. So yeah, do you remember this one? It was the big, nice little manor house next to Riverwood from JK. But we all kind of agreed and felt that being called a cottage was a little bit of a stretch for that one. So I was going to rename it to be just a manor instead of a cottage. But not before we do a lovely neuro spin for Andrew here. Oh, there you go. my new trick. Do you like it? Oh yes, Excel. Yeah, we love our little motivational speeches from Iron Mouse here. Yes. So we know we're gonna need to change cell names, map markers. So an easy thing to do for this is we can apply a filter to the specific mod we are looking at. So we right click on the header on the left hand side here. If we just go apply filter, selected files only, because we don't want to filter the whole load order. And here we can choose all our different filtering options. So I don't want specific record signatures. All I want is anything where the name contains the word cottage. And click filter, OK, because we are already selected on the one mod that we want to look at. And we're doing another spin, are we? Just for you, Sam. Oh, wee, there we go. Oh yeah. Hey, did you like my funny little short I made with your lovely clip from last night with that one? Were you proud of me during the Star Wars reference in it as well? I was very proud of that one. I thought that was very good. Yes, you spin me right round. No, I'm not going to start singing. So now we've filtered the display to show only the records within this mod that contain the word cottage somewhere in them. I'm glad you like that one. Okay, so we have the main interior cell. So we need to change the name on this. So we can filter again here by value. And because I've already got a mod patching it, in fact I'm going to change it on both. So I'm just going to come in here and we're going to change this to Riverfall Manor. And copy the change into the patching file from Lux as well, so we carry the change over. And we'll change the name of the key because that will appear in game. The location is actually just a, if you like, a hidden reference for that the game uses in the background, so we don't need to change that. And you can see by the things that are referencing the record, there is well, maybe you guys can't see at a glance, but yeah, there's nothing that we actually see in game to do with the location reference. So we're doing more spins, are we, Hast? Well, I'm going to end up getting very dizzy here. Are you? Are you impressed, though? Like, are you impressed that not only do I manage to not let my skirt flip up when I go upside down, but I also managed to keep my glasses on and not lose them as well? That takes extra skill, I'll have you know, yes. So we've done the name of the cell. We don't need to do the location.
There you are, sunshine.
And then in the main world space, we have a persistent reference, which, yeah, we can see there, it's the map marker. So we definitely need to change that. If we scroll down, and we can just change the name here. Mara, there we go. Job done. And I will just do a double
Stop
check.
right there, criminal
No,
scum.
it's not.
Nobody breaks the law on my
It's
watch.
JK's Riverfall. And no, Mr. Guard, I am not criminal scum. Thank you very much. So we'll just check if there are other cells that we might want to change. No, the only other cell is a functional only one, not something we visit in game, so we don't need to edit that one. Oh, defying physics is against the law, is it? But we were doing plenty of that in Chained Together last night as well. In fact, the click for that might be dropping soon, if it didn't already, too. And, yes, Host, it is quite awkward twisting around to pat myself on the back that much, you know? Well, I have to, because no one else does, do they? I'm kidding. Ah, job done. We have successfully rebranded Riverfall Cottage as Riverfall Manor. The next one, Leaf Rest. This was just a note to myself to install a new mod. Well, not a new mod, but a mod I don't have that I want.
Let's hug.
And why is it you search the name of a mod, and the only thing this stupid new Nexus search thing comes up with is a patch for it. Bloody thing. Yeah, this is what okay, maybe because I wrote it wrong, but it still should have found it. It used to be so much better than this. And I think it's always a really good sign of the quality of a mod when you see a huge list of patches made for it. It's such a small file as well. Shocking. I'm going to download the house and let's just see if there are any patches I want to get for it as well. And yes, well the thing is the search function on the Nexus, it used to just come as a drop down from where you typed it in. And it was very intuitive and it would always find stuff, but now, for one, it does everything in this pop-up window, which doesn't remain either. Because on the drop-down, if you clicked a mod and then you didn't want to continue looking at it, you could just click back and it would take you back to your previous screen and your search would be there. But the new system doesn't do that. The new system doesn't find mods that you search for most of the time. It brings up loads of crap that you don't want to see as well, like random images and things that people share in the gallery, and it's overall, to me, it's not an improvement. And if anyone from the Nexus is watching this, although I can't imagine why you would be, because I'm sure we're nowhere near family-friendly enough for that community, but if you are, please make it better again, preferably by putting it back to how it was before you tried to fix it when it wasn't broken. So we got some additions. Someone's made a bunch of additions to the home. So what have they done? What have they done with this? Add weapon and shield racks? No, we don't care about that.
I believe the audio is a little
Mayor's More add-on, it's probably not of interest. Daedric Shrine patches. We could do, but it's probably not worthwhile. Cozy Corner patches. Oh, it's a bunch of patches for a specific set of mods we don't have, fine. Although it looks like, yeah, because this is the patch we found, so this is a patch that brings it alongside, looks like Ivy makes a mod that does an apothecary here, possibly? Let's have a look. Riverwood Windmill Apothecary. I mean, I don't know, that could be kind of interesting to have there. Looks nicely done. This is a quaint little vendor store. Oh yeah, it does a little overhaul there. I do like how integrated that is. I can see that fitting very nicely in there. Oh, and hello, Mighty Dan. Welcome in, and oh, you're surprised? Nexus doesn't have a setting to revert back to the old design. Yeah, you'd like to think, wouldn't you? Unfortunately, no. But putting things back how people like them to be isn't exactly what they are known for these days. Bless them. Yeah, you know what? Since there is a patch that makes this work alongside our desired mod, I think why not? So we'll add that.
That's my secret ingredient.
And we will add the patch for the two of them together, not that one. We want that one. Oh, version without unused masters. Okay, fine, we'll take that one then. That one's unused masters if we can avoid them, right? So what else have we got? Translations. There's a patch for the creation fishing, which I unfortunately do have, but I don't think that's worth patching, to be honest. Pillows. No, that's all good, so we can leave that. So that's... I can take that off my list. Except there's really nothing particularly special or involved to this process, I think. Unless anyone really wants to see the process of installing a mod. But what I will be doing when I do install these, because we've got the extra one now with that windmill and the patch for the two, I will be installing them both, and then we'll go in game and actually mooch around and make sure there's nothing else that's causing conflicts and things, because we can do that and then just jump out of game and not cause any problems if we need to fix stuff. But if we install them and then just forget about them, any world edits they make will then be stuck there until the next playthrough after they eventually get fixed. So it's good to take a load into game to just size things up with new mods, especially if they affect the world space or have potential for conflicts. And maybe we can do that later, and we'll just take it as a thing later to just run around in game and do some testing and reviewing to make sure things are all lined up. Who knows? But yeah, it's just simply installing the mods is kind of almost a nothing thing there. But again, you know, if anyone did specifically want to get their head around Mod Organizer 2 more because you don't use that, or you're thinking of using it instead, but it looks intimidating, because trust me, I know. If you're used to doing things on a basic system like Vortex, looking at something like this can be intimidating. So we can run through that if anyone wants to. We might do it later anyway. But now we have more things to straighten up in game for now, so let me bring my list back into view. Come here. Squish you over a bit, because we shouldn't need all that width. Right, so next one. So now M-Loss. That is the Medieval's Lantern, so this is more of my ongoing battle to stubbornly merge the two lantern mods. And in this instance, I've made a note to just I'm basically going to remove medieval lanterns from this cell. So very simply, I've got a reference that I've taken for one of its placed objects, which is this one here. And this is in Sunderstone Gorge. So because we just want to completely remove the mod's whole presence, very simple, click on the cell header for where we are and delete it. Job done. Next. So this looks like something that I needed to adjust the position on. And we see a few more of these further down in the list as well. Come on, where are you in the load order now? Really? I haven't added that many mods, have I? Is it moved up? I might not be able to do this one, it might be lost now. A question from Team Purple, Mighty Dan. Do you know why some mods don't seem to remove from the game even in a new save when they're removed from the game? You've been using Vortex, but the plugin doesn't appear in loot either. Oh. Let me think. So the mod is removed, but then it still shows a presence even if you start a completely new game, a whole new playthrough. If it's doing that, that would suggest that something is actually maintaining a presence of the mod in game, which if you're using Vortex, I would rule down to Vortex being weird. It's one of the reasons I don't use it, because it does actually have a lot of unpredictable sides that cause a lot of problems. Not saying it's bad per se, and for simpler mod load orders, I think it can suffice, but it does have a bit of a reputation for not installing things properly. So for ghosting files as well, possibly. I'm not sure what would trigger it to do such a thing if that was the case. It has switched to drives, so that might be cause possibly things might have got a bit confused. But yeah, if it's persisting, and at the end of the day, it depends what from the mod itself is persisting in game, really. You're afraid to do a fresh install without ruining your 800 plus mods. Yeah, I can sympathize. Imagine how I would feel with over 3,000 of them. Yeah, I get it, I really do. And I recently had to transpose my entire installation to a brand new hard drive as well. And that did cause unexpected issues with things like mod organizer remapping things again, and I did get close to losing it all at one point. But yes, depending what it is that is remaining persistent in game, even though the mod is removed, it could be an indicator of other components, like if the just thinking out the box without knowing any specifics, if there was for example, if there were scripts they could still be getting triggered by something. If they were set to trigger from vanilla actions, for example. If it is objects, one of them are model changes. Okay, so when the mod was removed, were all of the associated files removed with it, or just the data file? Because, in fact, we actually saw this earlier before you joined us today. If I go to here, so this is where we were starting to build a new mod for one of our friendos over on Team Red. So this is a new mod. In fact, just to give you an example, if I come back in here, no, not that one. If I open my recycle bin and take this back. Oh. Is that the mesh or the texture? I think that was the texture.
Okay.
Yes. So, for example, if you had a mod installed, like mine here, and this is the mod for the Sword of Omens that we're making for our friend, but earlier when I was building it, I also had in a clone of the textures for the Iron Sword, okay? So, as that file structure stands, if I turned off the mod, so if I came in here and deleted this so that the game couldn't see it, but this was all still here, then these textures would be replacing the vanilla ones. So if there is anything like that that was associated with a mod and it remains in place, then yes, it would still be getting loaded by the game, because if they are replacing vanilla objects, it will replace the files simply by them being present. So that is certainly a distinct possibility. Well, hopefully that helps. Unfortunately, what doesn't help for me here is I cannot find, because my load order has changed since I noted this down. I now cannot find what this particular object was that I wanted to adjust, so I'm sadly going to have to replace that one for now. Or remove it, rather. You only disabled and ghosted the plugin. So yeah, I mean, if you can find, if you got the name of the mod, if you can find it, or even, you know, just binary search it through your download history on the Nexus, assuming that's where you got it from, you can then look at the file directory that the mod installs. Just like here on Leaf Wrestler, you go to Files, Preview Contents, and it will show you what it will install. If there are any loose files, it will show that file structure. So if you're not certain what that particular mod brought with it, this way you can see exactly what is there, and if needs be, you know, if it's loose meshes, for example, and that's why it's still changing a model for you, a loose mesh for replacing a vanilla object would most likely do that. So, in that case, you could simply follow the file path that is there and remove said mesh from your directory where you're installed. But obviously, anything you do, especially if you're playing in the raw directory, test it, you know, try removing it, test it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, put it back before you move on. Because making any changes like that can cause corruptions and can be game breaking if you're not careful with them. And yes, hello Asari. Yes, we are doing our modding school today. Welcome in. You can't remember the name, but you'll be digging for it. But good to know you didn't realise that was, it was that loose, didn't realise that was that loose mint, yeah. Well, that's it, I mean, I assume you probably know the plugin file that you turned off, so you can probably find it, on the Nexus. You probably get the name of the mod it belongs to from that. I mean, if you want us to have a look, if you want to give me the name of the data file, I can have a look on the Nexus for you now, and we'll see if we can find the mod and see if it does have any loose files that could be doing what you're doing. But that's purely an offer. If you would like us to have a look at things for you while we're here, it's obviously no obligation to share any details, of course. Right, so on our own list of things to do, the next one, integration for Dwarf Sphere. That is Project Aho, and that is another big job where I basically want to integrate all the stuff it adds into the wider game. So that will be a separate thing we'll look at. Courage Stop and Shout Pillar Markers. This is where I want to, because I use a mod called CoMap, which adds lots of new map markers to the game. Oh, is there now? As one of them snuck in. This is these have been going around. Hold on. Where's just come and vibe back here for a moment while I take a little peek and see what's happening there.
I hope you're cozy if you're staying for the whole time tonight. I did prepare a song. I don't know it very well though, so I'm a little nervous.
Let's have a look. What can I find? Is there a particular channel, Sam, that these are being posted into? If there is, or if something's just going through to DMs, and you want to DM me the name that's approaching, or send me some details, and I can have a look in general. I think I see the one you mean. I'm pretty sure I see the one. I'm pretty sure it's the one. That same one, I'm guessing.
Do you love me? Let's hug.
Okay, right. Let me. Yeah. Sorry for the pause, guys, but have to look after our community first. And yeah, and with that one, I'm not entirely convinced whether it's a bot or not, but either way, it's not a particularly welcome element, so... So your mind wasn't through the Nexus, but you think you can sort by status to find it, so you don't need to... I know, it's all good, Mighty Dan. I said we're here to... The whole purpose of this stream is helping people figure stuff with their game modding and everything. So, you know, if we're here with a specific example of something you're trying to work out, that's literally what we're here for, is to help figure it, you know? So yeah, don't think you're taking things up at all. It's like I say, you literally falling in with what we're here for. But yes, he agreed, Sam. It was a very odd one. I'm just trying to figure out what I can actually do here. Yeah, exactly, Asari. Yes, exactly. If I go to mod view... See, I barely know how to mod my streams, let alone Discord. But I'll tell you what, guys, because you know, we don't need to be sitting around while I'm doing all this. So I'll let you guys play with some fishing for a moment while I just take care of some security for the community for a minute. You guys can play with some fishing. We'll have a little break. And then we'll continue modding school when I get back. How does that sound? Alright, guys? Yes, well, okay, you're a little bit keen there, Maxo, but love the enthusiasm. But we'll see you in a minute, alright? welcome back, everyone. Bit of an impromptu break, bit sooner than expected, but it's all good. These things are important after all. Yes, these are always going to the priorities because, well, if any new faces here haven't read down in the description of the channel and seen about our community, we are a cozy and comfy community and a safe space for all. And so, yes, as the proverbial den mother, it is always my top priority to look after the whole community. And if things come up and there are potential threats, they must be dealt with swiftly.
I'll play some different tunes.
But it is all good. It's all taken care of for now, so there is no security issue for anyone to be concerned about.
I believe the audio is a little low.
But especially at the moment, and this is a general tip for everyone out there, regardless of whether you're in our Discord server or wherever you are, but if you are a Discord user, there is a very, very aggressive campaign going on at the moment with hackers in Discord. In the last, this week, I have seen 2 counts of attempted hacks. One, I've seen someone get their personal account hacked, which was then used to try and spread phishing links to their entire friends list. I also saw another account get attacked and then launch a similar campaign through all channels in a community server. So yeah, it's just that's nothing to do with what I just checked on ours, but it is just a reminder to everyone that there are very malicious people out there, and at the moment there is a big campaign that we are seeing all over the place with them getting into people's Discord accounts. So basically, just a word of warning, everyone, please do be careful. Take care of yourselves. Use common sense if you see DMs coming through from trusted friends, even if they're randomly sending you a link to get a gift card for Steam or anything like that. Just think carefully about it. For one, why would it be an external link? Not just sending you the code. But even if you have reason and cause to believe it and click on the link, here's a top tip: look at the web URL of the page that you actually end up on. If it's different to the one that you clicked on to get there, guess what? It's not a good thing. So yeah, I myself almost fell foul of it as well, and changed all my passwords and everything as a precaution, but I already had 2-factor in place on everything, so I appear to have dodged the bullet on that one. But yes, there is a lot of it going around, so yes, just a general courtesy reminder to one and all, just be cautious and mindful with anything in and around Discord presently, because there are these attacks going on and they are particularly aggressive, it would seem, at the moment. But yes, with that aside, and thank you very much, Sam, for bringing that to my immediate attention, because yes, with our heightened security awareness at the minute, as you might say, we definitely don't want to take any risks and let anything linger longer than necessary. But hey, back to our modding stuff. So yes, we had map markers, which again is something I'm going to be messing about with on another time, because that's a bit more fiddly and involved. And hello, Tyra. Yes, right, we just added a little security concern in Discord, so we just did a be right back for me to investigate it. But it's not related, but it did give me a good prompt to just let everyone out there know whether you're part of our community, because our server has not been breached by any of this. If it had been, and you guys who have been in there for long enough will remember, whenever there is a potential threat coming into the server, I will ping everyone in the server and make sure everybody knows of any potential threat going on. But there is nothing has breached our walls as of yet in this regard. But
Let's begin.
I am aware of a particularly malicious Discord hacking campaign that has been going on. I've seen 2 instances of successful hacks on innocent accounts this week alone. And so they are pushing it very aggressively right now. So yeah, it gave me a good reminder to just let everyone out there know that, you know, just as a general reminder to be always cautious and use a bit of sense, and, you know, when in doubt, err on the side of caution and all that. And just basically look after your own security and don't leave yourselves vulnerable. That's it. But no, what we're actually doing today, Tyra, though, is we're here for Skyrim modding. We're doing modding school. I know you didn't want to bother while we're in stream, Sam, but yes, I very much appreciate the fact that you did. So yes, please don't feel bad about it. I know you tried to ping Host for it as well because he's a mod on Discord too, but obviously he's he's here now. Yeah, exactly. If you do see anything suspicious, let either of us know. And yeah, and it's like I said, it's absolutely the right thing. I appreciate you trying to ping Host first so as not to disturb stream, but I would much rather, you know, even if we're in the middle of gaming, even if we were in the middle of a collab, I would rather any old you, if you saw something potentially untoward or that just was cause for concern and you saw that in our Discord or elsewhere in our community, even in the middle of a collab with other people, I'd rather you flag it to me there and then than risk letting things linger, because the last thing I want to do is see our safe home and wholesome, cozy community get compromised by anything nefarious like that. So I would always rather drop what I'm doing to address things for the community than to risk having anything compromise things further. And that's the same if you guys ever get to any spam accounts or anything, because sometimes they're not simple bots and they can get past our entrance security, and then they will start just spamming people in DMs, and they're a particularly nefarious one because the security automation can't rule them out. But you know, if ever anything like that happens, let us know so we can address it and do stuff about it, because that is a direct violation of community rules as well. Because that's why we have those rules in place. So yes, it's all good, so never feel bad about flagging it up. We very much appreciate the efforts and the steps taken. Are you still digging through your files, Mighty Dan? Yeah, but on a different note, any advice for how to reduce save bloat? Your saves take a few seconds. Well, it depends. What I will say, Mighty Dan, is that save bloat can often be misdiagnosed. Okay? So, if you're using a particularly heavy game load order, your saves will always be slow. The guys who have watched me play my Skyrim know my saves can take up to 30 seconds per go to save. But there's nothing wrong with that. Because I have an insanely fat load order. In fact, have I got an Explorer open? No, I have not. So let me show you what I mean. If I go to my saves folder for Skyrim, they're not there. Damn it. I always forget. No, Mod Organizer puts them somewhere else. Try this again. open in Explorer, that's what I wanted. So, in my saves folder, so these are all my current saves in my game folder, okay? I'll put this over here. Should I get a magnifier back so you can see this properly, look? So we zoom in. So if I go all the way up, my save number 1, look, that work. Can you see that? I need to bring that over. My save number 1 was 11 meg. And then moving forwards, 50 saves later, 14. 250 saves in, we're only up to 20. So saves growing at that extent, that is perfectly natural, and look, it kind of tops out now. Look, we're at 400, save 400, 24 meg. All the way up to my most recent saves at 26. So if you follow that, there's a bit of a curve there, isn't there? So initially it has a fairly high increase in save file, in the file size for the saves. Not huge, but relatively a sharp increase, because if you think about everything that's going on after you first start a new game, all of those mods that are initiating after the game starts, a lot of them don't kick in until you first go to the game world. A lot first don't kick in until certain progress is made. So, the more of those things that happen, all of the scripts, all of the background processing that those mods keep active, they will ramp up. So there will be an initial, relatively sharp ramp up. Again, looking here, I in the space of, what are we, from save 1 to save... So mine was on a steady increase all the way up to save kind of 200, 250. And obviously that doesn't give a straight reflection because it's the frequency of how often you save as well. But just to give you an idea. But then after that point, it really starts to level out. And some people might call this these big save files. Trust me, they are not. I've had fully functional installations of the game where the save files have been over 100 megabytes each. But that's fine because the relative increase from where they started isn't that much. So it's just something that you have to keep in mind. If your save files over the course of a long playthrough are not drastically increasing in size, then you don't have any save bloat, okay? So you don't have anything to worry about. If, on the other hand, in a very short space of time, your saves are increasing exponentially in size and it doesn't level out over time at all, then yes, you do have save bloat. As for mods to address it, I'm afraid it's not quite that simple. There are some advanced tools you can use to diagnose it, but what it will basically come down to, and let me try and I'll try to summarize this as simply as I can without overcomplicating the matter. So we all know that the game runs scripts, right? So one of the biggest offenders of causing save bloat are basically they are poorly optimized scripts, and by that's what I mean is scripts that do their job perfectly well, but they use certain techniques to run their functions. And basically, it comes down to something which, certainly in papyrus scripting, is referred to as polling. Or polling, as in, when you go to the polls, that kind of thing. So, polling. So what the script will do, it will poll the game every so often, every fixed interval of time, whatever it may be, looking for an update. So it's like it's sending a ping all the time, yeah? So the script is constantly running, And these things often do it in milliseconds. So if you think about it, every 10 milliseconds, a script could ping the game engine, the game world, the save file, whichever thing it is, and say, oh, by the way, has this thing changed yet? No? Okay, do nothing. 10 milliseconds later, it does the same thing again. So scripts that do that constantly, all the time, are they're not a sole cause, okay, but they are the biggest main offender of save bloat, because every time they do that, it adds data to the save files. And that is where save bloat occurs, and the save bloat is visible not simply through big save files, but through a exponential increase in file size over time. So a couple of seconds to save your file is not an indicator of save bloat. You have no cause for concern there. Even if it slowly takes a bit longer over the course of a long playthrough, not necessarily anything to worry about. Like I said, the key things to look at are the increase in file size, and if there is a sharp increase, then there may be cause for concern. And if there is cause for concern, there are some advanced tools to help diagnose it. But that could be a whole big stream on its own, just delving into some of those. I can point you in the right direction initially, but to actually delve into that kind of investigation, that's the kind of things that will even make smoke come out of my ears when I try and do it, so... So yeah, that is just how it normally is, and if you're on a big game, and 800 odd mods is a fairly big game, a couple of seconds to process a save is absolutely no cause for concern, I would say. Warning signs that it gets worse would be if your game starts to crash while saving, or you end up with a corrupted save and it crashes while loading again. Because that means that something is going wrong in the save files, and from there that could be because of bloat. Might not be, but possibly because of bloat. And no worries, Asari. Enjoy your dinner. We'll see you soon. As for the major difference between manual saving and quick saving, Mighty Dan, yes, there is. So, as you know, you have autosave, quick save, and manual save, right? Autosave and quick save you can consider, or I consider, to be the same thing, because what they do, they will stack on top of each other. If I go back to my folder, if it'll let me. So you will see here, I currently have one autosave, which I know I don't even need for that matter, so that can go away. Sometimes they're triggered by scripts and I can't avoid them, but basically I have all autosaves completely disabled in my game, and I never use quick save, and I will tell you why. So autosaves and quick saves, they work on a stacking system. Basically, they build on top of each other because, you know, they don't number up indefinitely. If you use autosaves all the time, you might have one or two, or you probably just got one autosave all the time, right? And for quick saves, maybe there's, I can't remember how many it is, maybe 3, maybe 5 quick save slots, but then they start to overwrite each other, yes? So every time these saves overwrite each other, then they are basically they're slapping new information on top of the information that's already there in the save that's been overwritten. And so they are compounding things. So that process can be not necessarily a cause of the problems, but it can be an opening for problems to manifest. And so that is what can happen. So I personally always recommend, and again, those who have been in my Skyrim streams, or my Fallout ones, or my Oblivion ones, I'm sure many of you have heard me say this, and I will always argue the point because plenty of you do rely on these things, or at least partially, and there is nothing wrong with that. But regular, full proper manual saves, even if they're a little bit slower, because each manual save is a completely clean file created from scratch. Nothing has been overwritten. Therefore, it removes that risk. So it decreases the likelihood of crashes when saving. It decreases the likelihood of creating a corrupted file that will crash when loading. And keep in mind as well, if you end up with, through no fault of your own, but if you end up with a corrupted quick save file that has carried a corruption through because it's overwritten problem items and it's got lost and confused, because I mean, I can show you the inner workings of what a save file looks like, and you will find it terrifying for the insane number of things in that save file. We're talking hundreds of thousands of references, of scripts of all sorts. They are terrifying to look at. So with all that getting overwritten, there's always the chance that something creeps in. So if you end up with a quick save that inadvertently carries those errors through, those errors will get carried through into your manual save that you make off the back of a quick save. So if you do a quick save and then load it, and that has errors, the manual save you make after will carry those errors through. So this is why I always personally recommend, even if they're slower, to always and only ever do manual clean saves. Because I have lost playthroughs that were hundreds of hours in the making because of these kind of problems before. So from my own bad experience, that is why I err on the side of caution. And yes, exactly, Dan. Yeah, it can happen. Like I said, nothing is guaranteed, but the process is vulnerable to the risk. And hello, Rockets, welcome in. Essentially, auto-saves and quick saves, they work. They're not literally the same because they will be separate. You can have a separate auto-save to a separate quick save, but they work in the same basic way. So an auto-saves will stack on top of existing auto-saves just the same way quick saves will stack on top of existing quick saves. So that they are the same type of thing, but not literally the exact same thing. Hopefully that helps answer your question. With all of your mods with scripts, you wouldn't be surprised if that played a role. So when you say played a role, so are you trying to diagnose a crashing problem that you have at the moment? Is that why you've been trying to remove mods, things like that? Because if I can remember what it's called, and I always struggle to remember what the tool is called. Yeah, script is not going to be a good search term, is it? But there is a specific tool aimed to diagnose the problem with scripts bloating save files and causing problems. You wish you could, but the crashes are very inconsistent. Okay. So, inconsistent crashes, yeah, they're obviously about the worst possible thing to try and diagnose for obvious reasons. But, Tammy, do you have NetScript? I wonder if I can find what it's called again through here. I'm pretty sure I never had it installed. sometimes you quick save by mistake from hitting the wrong button, and then you just don't load them afterwards. Yeah, to be honest, Rocket, you're almost certainly fine. I said, you know, we're not talking horror stories here. You know, even when things do go wrong, it's the exception, not the rule. At the end of the day, if the system was that broken, it wouldn't be in the game. Hold on, what am I saying? It's a Bethesda title, of course it would. But you know what I mean. If you know, if you were that concerned about causing yourself problems by accidentally quick saving, then indeed you can always go to your ini file and disable the function completely, or disable the autosaves, or change the keybind for the quick save. Make it something obscure, make it an obscure combination quick bind so that you'll never accidentally hit it. But for the most part, I don't think you have anything to worry about. And no worries, Pyro, if that's time for you to disappear, no worries. I hope you've had fun with us today, and we'll see you again soon. And yes, hurrah indeed. I'm just trying to think what this tool is called again. I remember I've used it before. Have a look at Skyrim. Let's try save bloat script check. Because there's something out there. There's a tool. It has a very specific name. Is this just a forum discussion? Yeah. Oh, get off. Yeah, that search hasn't even triggered it. It generates a graph, a visual component. I'll have to. If needs be, I can dig through my my utilities folder and see if I've got it somewhere, and we can revisit it later. And of course, Nexus doesn't find NetScript. No. Can we do that way?
We'll stick together, right?
There we go. It's the NetScript framework. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you can rebind anything you want to. I'm not sure if you can completely unbind it. Maybe. Is it the save game script scalpel? Let's have a look. Skyrim save game script scalpel. No, that's not the one that I had in mind, but that could be a good tool for it. You've also been told to never save while in combat. I don't see it as being particularly, you know, you're not gonna implode your whole game installation if you do, but I would say it's definitely a good habit to not do, because when you're in combat, the game has a lot of extra information running. There's a lot of extra scripts in action for player states, NPC states, that kind of thing. So, yeah, even think about when you're out of combat. You ever have that where you finish combat, but you're stuck in combat and the game is doing stuff that you don't want it to do? You think about it from the game engine, it's doing lots of extra stuff. So if you save, then you're saving mid-process on a lot of extra stuff there. So that's why I would say it's at least good practice to not save mid-combat, just because it avoids unnecessary information. But yes, the NetScript framework, Mighty Dan, I would say is a very, very, very useful tool. Some mods have it as a requirement, but it is basically a DLL thing.
How are you guys doing though?
And as it says there, it is not compatible with the Anniversary Edition. But I currently play on a rolled back Anniversary Edition, so I have all the Anniversary content. but my game registers as being version 1.5.97 still, I think. So the game thinks it's older than it actually is. But that means that all the good stuff like this can still function. That was part of the Novus installation. But, no, I said, .NET Script framework is a very essential tool, and I will show you why. Because when it... and again, this is my personal opinion. When it comes to trying to diagnose any kind of crashing, this is arguably the best tool that you can have. If I can remember where it puts it all now. There we go, NetScript crash. So, every time, if you have this installed and the function enabled, okay, every time you crash, it will generate a crash log. However, these crash logs, unlike the ones that the game engine will generate, because the game engine will generate papyrus logs, which are great if you have all the very bespoke apps available and the comprehensive knowledge to dissect them. That's all great, but for 99% of us in the rest of the world, that is not the case. But the crash logs from NetScript basically translate that into a text file that we can that we normal human beings and foxes can comprehend.
That's my secret ingredient.
So if I get out of the way here, and I'll get my magnifier back so you can all read this nice and cleanly. So this is I can't even remember what crash this one was from, okay? And it does throw you a lot of information at you, but so I mean the file is, you know, it just keeps going and going, okay? There is a lot of intimidating junk in there that you don't need to worry about. What you do want to know about is this here, look. Possible relevant objects, okay? And like I said, this file, if you have NetScript installed, this will auto-generate this file whenever your game crashes. If it is a crash caused by the game engine. If it's something else, you know, because the game can be crashed by graphics card problems and all sorts of things, but if there is something potentially to do with the game engine, this file will generate, and right at the top, look, we're at the very top of the file here. Well, first off, it will give you this information here. This unhandled exception occurred at whatever. These can be indicative to knowing eyes, so you can go to their forum and search for things like these thread references, and you may find information, but what I tend to look at on these is possible relevant objects. And in this particular instance, it's given me a whole bunch of info about a bandit leader with a form ID, a character reference, but the bandit leader again, more object references, the bandit leader. So this bandit leader reference straight away in this particular crash log, love, has come up 2 or 3 times as a relevant object. And the important thing, as I've highlighted there, it gives me a reference,
So,
which
let's begin.
I can't see because I've lost my zoom. Come back. It gives me a reference which I can search for in here to find the object in question, and it is possible, as I think I did with this one, although I'm not sure, that 82 could be something. I don't know if it's still there now. Yeah, there we go. So that's given me a reference of a bandit to do with a thing and the base object, and it might have been something to do with that bandit that I had that particular crash for. The call stack can tell you if it's a script extender problem, and it will point to NTDLL is its own function, so I expect to see that at the end. Yeah, but the point is there's a lot of information, but that first first part can give you a very strong clue of what's causing your crashes. And if you are having intermittent crashes, it could help you narrow down a more consistent cause, because what often seems intermittent might not be so random as you think. It could be, let's say for argument's sake, you get intermittent crashes while exploring the open world, but it can happen one day, it can happen in one spot, but then the next day in the same spot it doesn't, you know? So what that could be is, it could be you could have something obscure like a bad skeleton niff in your foxes in-game, and sometimes they're wandering around and doing certain actions that cause a crash when you're nearby to them, and it could be something as obtuse as that. But by generating a crash log with each crash, you might not see the obvious answer first time, but if you collect those crash logs over a few crashes and then compare them side by side, and you can look for common components. And if you see a common component, guess what? That is probably what is causing your crashes. So you got some other things like Crash Logger. Yeah, there are a number of different tools. Like I said, NetScript is the one I have because I have other mods that have it as a requirement, and I'm accustomed to working with it now. If Crash Logger generates logs for you after each crash, the same principle will most likely apply, assuming it gives you that level of information to work from. But yeah, the principle is still there though. If you can get workable, tangible logs from each crash, collect them together and look at them side by side, and that might then give some insight that looking at them alone you wouldn't ordinarily get. Yeah, hopefully that helps though. And as I said, if it does end up that you have to look down the road of problematic scripts being stuck in the save file, or ghosted scripts, if you've removed mods that had scripts attached to them, well, guess what? Those scripts still exist in your save file. They won't be there in a new game, but they'll still be there in an existing one. So those things can be problematic as well. So yeah, there's lots of components, but there's always a way, right? A thing to remember, it doesn't matter how badly something gets broken. If it gets broken, it can also be fixed. So there's always a way, it's just a matter of investigation. At least that's the way I look at it. But there's also a case of being pragmatic as well, and sometimes it is simply favourable and easier as a solution to start something over. It's all about whatever works for the individual and the circumstance. But yeah, well, you know what? I'm absolutely loving getting the Q&As going on. How through all of this, honestly, I couldn't have hoped for more from this first of its kind stream for us. So yeah, I'm absolutely vibing with having the Q&As coming in. You know, we don't just have to sit here and watch me fiddle with my game. If we can do things to help you guys with yours directly, in whatever capacity, then yeah, let's have it. You know, it's I literally couldn't ask for more. It's odd to you how Skyrim handles saves and scripts compared to other games, but yeah, yeah, the creation... Well, what you got to keep in mind is the creation engine. I forget what it used to be called, but it was something else before creation. It's been around since the late 80s, early 90s. It is literally held together with spit and duct tape as a game engine. So it's... Compared to modern game engines like Unreal 5, it certainly does have its quirks, but it also has its capabilities as well.
Are you excited?
Gamebryo, yes. Thank you, Rockets. Yes, Gamebryo, that is what it used to be called. But yes, it is a very, very dated engine, and even, you know, here's a fun little fact for you guys. I haven't checked in Starfield actually, but it wouldn't surprise me. I know for a fact that if you go into the creation kit with Fallout 4, the most recent game prior to Starfield, we don't care about 76, that doesn't count. And that one's even worse anyway, to copy pasta. But yeah, there are in fact still records existing within Fallout 4. So as in the master file for Fallout 4, the ESM that runs it all, that actually can be tracked back to at least to Morrowind, if not Daggerfall or Arena. As the older Elder Scrolls games that it was literally built on. Yeah. I forget what the objects were, but I remember looking at the game engine myself when I was doing some Fallout 4 modding, and yeah, there are still references to the older Elder Scrolls games in the newest Fallout 4 instance. So that is where they quite literally take the existing game, strip everything back, and start building it up for new things again. Yeah. You want another fun fact? We're talking about Fallout. This is my personal favourite. Any of you guys play Fallout 3 before? Well, bless you, I know, it's such a fun thing, isn't it? But the engine has to be the oldest game engine. You think Bethesda said said they don't plan on updating or changing to it? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they do update it a lot. That's why Skyrim looks a lot different still to the Oblivion remaster. But yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 I certainly hope it will use the creation engine, because I personally think it's the quirks of how that engine works that bring it to life. And yes, people say that Starfield looks dated and clunky because it uses creation. That is not the case. I'm sorry, but no. It looks and feels clunky because it is built in the same way with that engine. All we have to do is look at the crazy overhauls that people like the Novus team do to Skyrim to see just how much you can actually do with that game engine. You know, you can go full on with their mods in that, and your Skyrim suddenly turns into, it looks and feels and plays like Dark Souls. And it's a completely different experience. My personal game is somewhere in the middle. So that means that the game engine is perfectly capable of doing these things and being much more vibrant as a game experience than what people are used to. So it's really down to what the devs decide to do with it. Elder Scrolls 6 could be absolutely fantastic looking and could still sit at the top. And yes, Dan, as I believe, Starfield does still use the same. Probably it was undoubtedly an update to the game engine and some refinement and polish to it, but still when you strip it all down, it's the same thing under the hood, yes. But I haven't personally looked into the Starfield mods, because when I played Starfield, it was that new. We didn't have any creation stuff for it yet. But yes, it is still, you can see the functionality under the hood. I'm pretty certain I could, if I had it installed, I could boot up Starfield now, open the dev console and type in certain references to get things. I bet you I could type in the hex number for a map marker, and it will be the same, or for a lockpick, or for the player character, and they will still be the same. And yes, as all, I am sporting I'm wearing new glasses because I'm trying to be very smart today. Do you like them? Do you? I like them. I might have to keep them. But yes, Hairball, so the Oblivion remaster uses a hybrid of the two engines, so the Oblivion remaster still uses the 2006 version of the Oblivion creation engine under the hood, but but then it is then processed through Unreal 5 as basically as a sticking plaster. So if you think about how we modders often use things like ENB and Reshape for post-processing on a purely graphical front, as basically as an extra thing to run on top of the game, or we use Script Extender in our mods. We have the Skyrim or the Oblivion Script Extender. Think of how, with the Oblivion Remaster, think of it using the same thing, but Unreal 5 is being used kind of as a bit of both. It's used as a script extender and a graphics processor over the top of the original game engine. That's why all the old Oblivion mods can be quite easily ported over. That's why, and it is very interesting actually, because if you've ever looked at your file structures for your games, I will show you here. Where's my Steam folder? I think it's in this drive. I've got Steam folders on every drive, so I might get lost. No, where the hell am I going? No, Steam, apps, common. Yeah, so Skyrim, okay, when you look at Skyrim, any of you who have modded will probably find this quite familiar. You open your Skyrim folder for the install directory, you have your data folder, and then the Skyrim exe and everything down here, right? And then in data, you have all of the files that the game runs. Unreal 5 installations look a lot different. If you open up Oblivion, it looks like Unreal 5. You have the engine folder and you have the game-specific one. But if you dig deep in the game-specific folder within the Unreal 5 structure for the Oblivion Remaster, if I can remember where it is, there is this content dev, I think. Is it this one? Yes, Oblivion data. And then all of a sudden, you have that same data folder from OG Oblivion tucked away in here. Look, and I've already got, look, loose meshes as replacers. We've got our original mods. Obviously, they've been refreshed, installed, but it's all there. The exact same OG file structure for the creation engine existing under the hood. So it's a very interesting one. It's a very impressive little technical experiment. I think they will do well doing more remasters the same. Although I hope to God they don't keep trying to do all their political virtue signaling crap that seems to be snuck into it. Yes, do enjoy your food break, Excel. We'll see you later, maybe, if we're still around and you pop back. You need a spraying is all on my days. And a bong. Wow. But yes, some fun insight. But yes, going back to that fun story about Fallout 3. So yes, I did see. Oi, I'm not the one that needs spraying. Thank you. Oh, did they do something similar with Pokemon DPP? Did they? Okay. But yes, we can live in hope, post exactly. But yeah, Fallout 4. So Fallout 4, no, Fallout 3. So fun little insider knowledge for anyone who doesn't already know about this fun little tidbit from Fallout 3. But those of you who've played the game, if you remember the end game, you remember the subway sequence that at the time, that jaw-dropping sequence where you're riding along in the subway and you're on the moving train? You all remember that one? So, here's a fun little fact for you. That subway car that you are riding in, it's not a subway car. It's a helmet that you're equipping as the player. Yeah, that's right. It's a helmet. And it's sneakily equipped onto you when you start that sequence, yes. You are not in a typical game cell. It is not a room you can move around in. That's why you are glued to the floor when you are supposedly in that subway car. Because they didn't know how else to do a moving subway at the time without breaking all of their weird creation engine physics. So they worked around it by creating a helmet which had, I mean, it's huge, it's literally the size of a subway car, but the actual in-game item is a helmet, and when you enter that scene, it is force equipped onto the player to give you the perspective of being inside the subway car while you, the player, are actually railroaded around. Yes. And that's still, and it sounds ludicrous, but as Bethesda famously say, it just works. And if you don't want to believe it, Lieutenant, one of these days I will install Fallout 3 and mod it to play it, and when I do, I will dissect that scene. I will even take it apart in the editing suite and show you. But yes, it is a well-established fact, and I think it is something they should be very proud of, because creation at its absolute finest, and yes, we'll celebrate that with a little neuro spin for you. Yay, there you go. But yes, fun little tidbit. Funny how some of these older games have done things. You remember that Half-Life had something where it had an NPC instead of a background narrator. Oh wow, love it. And yes, it is, and I think it's fantastic. Creation in name, creative in nature is absolutely wonderful. So yes, we love all of that. On the Silent Hills fog hiding the world loading, yes, another great one. And this is the interesting thing, right? When we talk about older games, one of the reasons that games of that era, if you like, for want of a better word, I know we're not talking about eons apart or anything, but in terms of game evolution, you know, games of the late 90s, early noughties, even the 2010s, you know, games of those times primarily had to align to physical releases, right? Be it an old cartridge or a disc on an older Xbox or PlayStation, whatever, they had to align to a physical release, which was very, very expensive. So that meant they had to, one, get things right in the first place, because they couldn't just keep downloading patches to finish the game after being on pre-release beta for 2 years, you know? They had to get it right first time, first release. And then also, it also meant that they had to fit the entire game on said hardware, be it disc, cartridge, whatever else. So, and in fact, that's why Oblivion only has a few voice actors and so many recycled lines, because originally it was scripted with a hell of a lot more, but they had to trim the fat to make it fit on discs.
For the whole time tonight. I did prepare a song. I don't know it very well though, so I'm a little nervous.
Yeah. Okay, point taken. No more history lesson. But yeah, but that, you know, as limiting as it was, it forced them to get creative with things like the Silent Hills fog, because they couldn't afford to have all that data loaded. So they had to get creative and manage it in other ways, like with a fog. And I did see the question there before, Tyra, about actually writing scripts. So I have written scripts before for my Skyrim mods. I've written them through Oblivion mods, so I technically do have the knowledge buried deep somewhere within me as to how to write these scripts in the Papyrus engine. But it's one of those things, if you're not doing it all the time, you're sure as hell gonna forget it all very quickly. So, like, I have done it before. I could do it again if I was so inclined. But could I load up a document, a text document right now and just start free typing a whole script? No, definitely not. Could I go into the creation kit and slowly work my way through dissecting previous scripts and copy-pasting and editing and butchering to fudge something together that is again functional and know what I'm doing with it? Yes.
Do you love me?
Sorry, Lieutenant, am I going off on tangents here? We haven't done much modding for a little while, have we here? But we've been having some fun stories and fun discussions, and that's what is it all about at the end of the day. I would much rather be here talking on topic with you guys about things that interest you, and bear relevance to you with your own experiences, and where I can, hopefully shedding light, or at least giving you perspectives on some of this stuff based on my own experience. I would much rather do that than just me simply talking you guys through the random crap I'm doing on screen. And that's why I've stopped doing the random crap on screen, because I'm having so much fun just discussing these things with you guys as you're raising them. Oh, what language is Papyrus most like? Well, I think when it comes down to it, most languages are they're really all the same thing when you cut them down. They're just... do you know something? I'll give you guys a fun little bit of Foxy lore dump here. So, before I got into my last job that I was in for a very long time, I actually came very close to taking a job at a independent coding house. So a little private company that does coding projects for other companies, okay? And we had a discussion there about coding languages, you know, the usual thing in an interview, what languages do you work in? And I came out with what I thought was a very obtuse point of view, and the owner of the company actually turned around to me and said, you know what? I agree with you, you're right in that. And that opinion was that all your different coding languages, you know, C#, C++, plush? Oh, plushies! Yay, let's have a plushy language! Plushies! Yay! C++, it's our new language, okay? Fox language. Shut up.
I'll play some different tunes.
Yeah, C#, C++, C++, HTML, Java, whatever language you want to do, they are not different languages, they are different dialects of the same basic language. All of them, when you cut down, even Markdown from GitHub, when you cut down to the bare bones, at the end of the day, it's all basically the same thing, and this is the discussion, and this is what was told to me by the guy who ran that coding company in my interview, because I said I only really know a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And after that discussion, he said to me, look, if you know one coding language, coding dialect, if you prefer, if you know one, you can work with any of them. Because yes, they all have their own little idiosyncrasies and their little differences, but when it comes down to it, they are all basically the same functional thing. Some are more obtuse than others. But if I had to draw a comparison, I'd say Papyrus is basically a variation of C, if you like. Be it ++ or hash or whatever else, they're all so similar you can't tell them apart anyway at the end of the day. It's all very, I say basic, if you could see, if I had 3D tracking, you could see me, I would be raising my hands to give inverted commas right now when I say basic. But it is all the same basic functionality and logic processing underneath it all, so... Yeah, exactly, Reggie. It's just different syntaxes, different tools and libraries. But functionally, it is all essentially, perhaps not just basically, but essentially the same thing when it comes down to it. So if you can work with one, you can very easily figure out and work with another. And the same with papyrus. Sorry, make it possible. Let's say you can assign a container and the container's contents. Okay, yeah, I think are we getting into more of the different specifics with things? Oh wait, or are we looking at specific functions within Skyrim scripts? Hold on. Thank you, Robot, for translating that and pushing it off my screen. Naughty little bot. So you wanted to make it possible so that you could assign a container, say the first container you touch, so it's assigned dynamically through player interaction, choosing specific dialogue, and the contents gets written to an outfit record that could be assigned to an NPC. That is an interesting one. Oh, let me think this through. So, are we looking at trying to do like a dynamic wardrobe management system? It's all crud, yeah, indeed, yes. It is at the end of the day. All this scripting nonsense, it's all crud, but some of it can be crud that does fun things. And yes, Hairball, I believe it does. It will be, they are all the same engine. There will be different iterations of the game engine, so we'll have variations, but they're all basically the same thing. And that they're even, that's where I was saying earlier, there are even persistent references. So you can go into a newer game and still see references to the older ones in there as well. But yeah, so but for this wardrobe thing, so let me think. I mean, the thing is from what you're saying, so you would any time you activate any container, or do we want specific containers that when you interact with them, it would pop up a menu to give you options to then do certain things? Because if so, and this is the way that we learn most modding. I would say there are a number of mods that attempt to do similar things with wardrobe managements that are out there. So to figure out what works best for something you want to do is to search around and look at the different options. A specific and no menu. Okay, yeah, do digress, please do. But yes, there's a general principle though. You can have a look at other mods that do similar things to see how they do it. For example, while you're digressing, and I'm waiting for the delay from chat, I would say you can easily have a container trigger a scripted response when it is opened. You could build it into the container itself. You can make it a shared container which has different points of interaction, which will allow you to do the interaction triggered by scripts and things. This is how I do my wardrobe containers in the Mesmers mod. So every time you see me activate the wardrobe and containers there when I'm loot sorting, those are in fact not direct containers, they are activators, and the container itself is in a utility room that is hidden away in its own game cell. But the activator behaves like a container. They can even be animated. So like I have some like my ingredient drawers, which animate and slide out when you interact with them, but they're still not actually a container. They're a remote activator. But doing that can be used to trigger a menu or a script, and if you can trigger a script, you can make it do anything pretty much. Yeah, so we're going to be looking for a specific container to do to carry out a certain action, but not through a menu. by the looks of things. But yes, we'll pick up on that. But while we pick up on that, I will keep trying to do a little bit more because that's what we're here for. I can keep filling in and showing you guys some of the stuff that we're doing here. So that's our next item to mod. So say, for example, you talk to an NPC, you choose a specific dialogue option. Yep, that's easy enough to add. Example, you can find gear for the job in the following chest. Then you open a container and it gets registered as a source for equipment for the job. And anything you place in there gets converted to an outfit record to be assigned to the NPC. I'm not 100% certain if there's a way to, because an outfit record is something carried in a data file, not the save level of information. But I think there are ways of doing it, because for example, and yes, Mighty Dan, my mods are on the Nexus. I do like the idea of some of the new upcoming mod sites like Deg Mods, but I haven't, because my mods are so dated, I haven't moved them. But yeah, they are on the Nexus though. But yes, I'll give you a similar example, Tyra, that I know off the top of my head. Doesn't do the exact same thing, but just part of the functionality. And it's a mod I use called Lazy Outfits, okay? And what this one does, it allows you to, say you create a nice kit-bashed out outfit and on one character, and then you make a new playthrough, and you want to bring that outfit together. So it does this through, this one does its particular action through MCM, but what it does, it saves your outfit. And then on any character you have, you can go to its menu and you can load the outfit and it will load up and equip the whole outfit. But it achieves that by going through external files using JSON files that it writes. So the problem with creating an outfit is because an outfit record would exist in a data file like we have here, not in the save file level of data. So you might not be able to create an outfit, but that doesn't mean that you can't make the NPC equip everything that's in the chest. So it was part of a bigger plan, since it all started with you trying to make an NPC that can swap classes through dialogue. The wardrobe thing was supposed to complement it so the player would not need to go into the NPC's inventory and manually confiscate old gear and give new ones. Yeah.
Are you excited?
So yeah, you might not be able to generate an outfit, but I mean, doing the dialogue option to then trigger and it would be a script action, but it's a very simple one to do, because when script actions are triggered through dialogue, you don't actually write the full script. You just select the options in the dialogue editor itself. No, well, that's the thing with Lazy Outfits. It doesn't create an outfit record. What it does, it creates a list of everything that would be in an outfit record, and then it will just literally go through its list. So, unfortunately, I don't think I've got any pre-made to show you. But it will work through its list when you load an outfit, and it will add each item to your inventory and it will equip it, so you can do the same thing. So it might not necessarily run it as an outfit record, but you can run through your dialogue option to point them to the container, and then have the script action on the container, which will force unequip and remove from inventory everything they currently have equipped. And then it will add to them whatever is in the container and force equip it onto them. So that is a way. So it wouldn't do an outfit mod, but it would do basically the same job. You could have it remove everything they currently have equipped and add everything from the container, or duplicate everything from a list if you wanted to do it that way, as a pre-made list of items that was held in the mod's data file, for example, or a pre-made outfit that already existed in your mod, and then force basically adding the script, when prompted by the NPC interaction, it could add those outfit items to the NPC and force them to equip it. So yes, if you can have, if you can predetermine what the outfits would be at the mod creation level, as in not dynamically create them in-game, then that does make it easy, because you don't even need a container then. But if you want it so that you can basically kit bash the outfit or edit it dynamically as you go in-game, you can still do it. It's how to write items into the records. So the NPC would have finite number of available classes. You can create a separate outfit record. Yeah, so what it comes down to is the outfits that you would want the NPCs to be able to choose from. Would they be predetermined, like when the mod is being created? Be it through use of vanilla outfits or ones that are added as part of the mod that they could swap between? Or is it something that you would want them to be able to, that the player could dynamically create an outfit by placing items into a container in their own personal game? There's two approaches. I think both are technically feasible, but knowing which approach is to be taken would determine how to actually bring the functionality into the game. One was one, make it immersive. So home mods have a lot of containers, so that would be one way to use them, yes. And two, not rely on whether the NPC is a follower or not, yeah. So, okay, yeah, so we're looking, so your theoretical mod then would not come with a predetermined container. You would want to dynamically assign a container from potentially any other mod. So there is a little, if that's the case, there is a little trick you can use, which is, it's basically using what you call tokens. And the question would remain how to direct an NPC to a container dynamically, a dynamically assigned container. I think there is potential. It's a very, very interesting prospect, I know that much. But yeah, I think tokens could be a way to go, because you can have the dialogue trigger an invisible action that places a non-existent item, an invisible token, into the NPC's inventory. And you can also have a corresponding token in a container, which you could then place yourself as a physical object, as a game world object. There might have to be some scripting voodoo somewhere to link the objects together. I'm thinking largely in the way that some of the mannequin mods work. Because those actually use things like clones, and a lot of them, if you ever think about any mannequin mod you've used, a lot of them actually have a finite number of mannequins. So there's only so, like, where I'm talking about the ones, not the vanilla replacers, but some of those older mods that would give you mannequins that you could freely place in your game world. And they were great, but there was only ever a limited number of them. So some of the ones like that use a similar system. And I think that would be feasible for the exchange. Yeah, the curious part would still come down to how to tell them a specific container. That it might even come down to player action still. Like having to do something, maybe casting a spell or something, that might be the only way to work it. And ultimately it comes that if that is the case, I'm not saying it would be, there could be a way to automate it, but the most likely way of achieving the full effect could almost certainly require some level of player action because of the dynamic assignment. And if that's the case, it then comes down to the fact that are you actually gaining anything from the classic system of direct inventory management? Potentially. It's a consideration. Well, so if it could be figured out, I'm not saying it couldn't by any means, but I think if it could be figured out, it could be a very, very intelligent system. So yes, so in summary, is there a function that takes items in a target container and writes them into a pre-existing outfit record? To my knowledge, no. But there are alternative ways of achieving the result you desire without using outfit records. So you can bypass the requirement for the outfit record completely. And 2, is there a function that takes container as an argument on player opening said container? Pretty much because, as I said, at the end of the day, the problem is functions that are applied as an argument on a container would have to be applied to the container itself. And if you're looking to have a system that can be dynamically used with any container, well, for one, it would have to potentially override the base record of the container, because many containers, even those in player homes, they're not always non-respawning or safe containers. Sometimes they are configured to respawn, which would mean you lose everything placed in it after a time. So it would have to override that. But again, these things are potentially doable, so you could, for argument's sake, have it. Because I have seen similar functions elsewhere, so the first time you interact with something, or you have a spell that will force the one-time interaction, so you can cast a spell on the container to say, yes, I will use this container for argument's sake, for X outfit, right? Say you've got 3 different outfits, just for hypothetical. Say you've got 3 outfits that you want to be available. You could, in theory, have a spell that you can cast on a container, which will pop up a menu, and that menu will say, which outfit do I want to use this container for? Outfit A, B, or C. You choose the outfit, and that will then lock in the reference of the container to a background, probably a global reference. And then when you have your interaction with the NPC, you can say, I want you to wear outfit A. And it will direct them then to go to the container and retrieve the outfit. You'd rather make it so that a function would check if respawning flag is on, and yeah, so by having a spell that you cast initially to assign the container to your system, it could do that. And yes, Hoss, there will be a test next week, so I hope you're taking notes. But yeah, so, like I say, it's, yeah, well, you really got me thinking there with that one, but, yeah, I think that is the way, that would be the way to do it, is you'd create an initial spell that you would use to assign a container. You might have to use tokens as well, I'm not sure yet. But an initial spell would to cast on the container, and it will pop up a menu, because the menu can then trigger the further functions as needed. And you say, right, I'm going to assign this container to this problem, to this outfit. And that way, when you direct an NPC to a specific outfit, the globals that are set in the background could then potentially link them together. Possibly invisible tokens as well, I'm not sure. And yes, NPCs overriding outfits can be and to be fair, that problem probably would still occur. Because even if you overwrite it, the next time the NPC respawns, they would respawn by their default. We'd have to investigate, and that's where it comes down to the outfits. Do you know something? There was a mod. I can't even remember. It might have even been on old Skyrim, on Legendary, but there was a mod where you could make a guild. You could build your own guild from the ground up for whatever you wanted. But as I recall, part of that mod allowed you to give a uniform to everyone in the guild.
You're staying for the whole time tonight.
So it might be worth doing some digging around to see how that mod did it. Because that was exactly the same thing. You would recruit people to it. In fact, I'll tell you another mod that does it, which I have installed now, is the Dark Brotherhood Expanded mod. Or Extended, or whatever the hell it's called. That does the exact same thing. You can recruit NPCs who are existing NPCs. For example, who did I add? I've got Lydia and Miol the Lioness. I've recruited both of those to my Brotherhood now, and they both now permanently wear Brotherhood uniforms. So, if it's that same basic functionality but tied to something the player controls, then yes, all you would need to do is dissect the method of those mods, because they are not followers at that point. So, dissect. This is what I would do if I was making this mod now. I would find that, I would look that up as a mod that does what I want, and I would delve into it and dissect how it works, how that particular function is carried out, reverse engineer it and recreate it as needed for part of my own. But that is an example of doing pretty much what I understand that you want to achieve with yours. Obviously, yours is different because you're looking for a more dynamic control, but the base functionality of changing any NPC's default outfit is achieved in that mod. And yes, Nethers does do it again, but again, it's locking them into its own system as a follower. So that's how that one would be overriding it, because it locks them in as a follower, which overrides. Maybe the Brotherhood Expanded does a similar thing, and it locks them into a process that stops them from resetting, but that is basically what you want to do. It might not literally be as a follower, but it will be the same basic principle from the NPC being locked side of things. But yeah, that's the part to fathom out, and then it's separate components. That's one side to it. The other side is the dynamic allocation of the proxy containers, but again, I think pretty sure that could be done by having a script that you could cast on a container that you wanted to assign, yeah. Is there a way that you can look at what a plugin name might be without installing the ESP? You think you found the mod you were looking for, but it comes with multiple ESPs, or what matters? Well, I mean, yeah, the main thing is we want to find the original install data from the mod itself for yours, don't we, Dan? So the ESP name would hopefully lead us to the original mod page, and or if it's all within its own folder together that you have installed, then yes, it's ultimately identifying those loose files that mod has installed for you. And yeah, it's so if you've got like a segregated download or install folder like I have with my mod organizer, so everything here is segregated from my base game. I can open any one of these mods and it's its own isolated folder. If you got something like that, that tells you all you need, because then you can identify, just the same for going to the mod that we started building earlier this evening, that I can open up my mod and I can see the loose files that are added by it. So if you can see that, great. And yes, exactly, Tyra. One thing at a time, yes. So I think if you can figure out one part of it, what's it? And I would start by looking at other mods. So look at Nethers, look at the Brotherhood Extended, whatever the hell it's called. But look at that one, because we know that those mods do the things that you want to do, or at least part of. So look at how they're doing it and work backwards from there. See if they give you enough insight to reverse engineer that component, great. And you know, the same applies for working with the containers. If it's essentially a dynamic wardrobe system that you want, well, you can always start off by looking at dynamic wardrobe systems and see how some of those function. You know, maybe you don't need to create a system that can be assigned in-game. Maybe you can just have a pre-built one where the player can control what the inventory is. But if you look at other dynamic wardrobe systems, that you can find different approaches and different ideas, and you'll see things that may or may not work for you. Well, source files, well, the only thing you need for source files are the scripts themselves, and a lot of the time they will actually be vanilla functions. But yes, for scripted actions, they can be definitely helpful, yes. But they're not strictly necessary to dissect the overall process, though. Because you'll find a lot of it is like all the dialogue, for example, which I know in the Brotherhood Extended, the process where an NPC is given a new outfit is driven through dialogue, right? All dialogue in the game is controlled by quests. And guess what we have records for in our game that you can see regardless of any script sources? We have dialogues and quests. So it is all there. Dialogues referenced by dialogue trees. It can all be reverse engineered, and there you can see. And a lot of it, the quests will show what a lot of the scripts are actually doing or what variables they are using. So yeah, there's still a lot there even if you don't have script source files. Because obviously, yeah, individually written scripts are technically people's own IPs. So yeah, there's still a lot that can be reverse engineered just from the data files, and it can be enough to figure things out. Oh, is that Excel I see sneaking back in over there as well? Oh, the store didn't have any hamburger paddles. Oh. No burger time. Oh, much sad. But welcome back nonetheless. Alright, well.
So,
I think that's a good time for another little break for me. Wow. Kudos to you guys. You really got my brain cogs turning now. That's it. This is why I put the glasses on. See, they help with that. But yes, that's you definitely got me thinking about some stuff there, which is fantastic. I much appreciate, but very much not complaining, because I love trying to puzzle these things out as well. So it's a long time since I've had to think about a lot of this stuff. So yeah, I'm absolutely loving that, and hopefully we're helping. You know, even if we're not getting definite or definitive answers for some of these things for you. That is how a lot of this goes. You know, a lot of what we do in modding, especially when we're learning or trying to come up with something new, well, it's the same thing everyone goes through with these things. Is you have an idea, first thing you have to do is figure out how to do it. And if your idea is something very new and unique, then guess what? No one's figured it out before, or no one's thought to try. And that means that there's no specific answer. And sometimes it's a matter of just investigating things if we're troubleshooting conflict and that kind of thing. But it's a process. We go through the process, we figure things out. Well, and I'm glad it's at least somewhat helpful, just talking through the process and the idea. And yeah, I absolutely agree. It could be a great thing. You glad you're able to catch us here? Yeah. You saw me before with a Vardava on YouTube, okay? And you heard I'll be talking about the modding process. Yeah, well, I'm glad. Yeah, I'll be trying to draw attention to the fact that we were doing this tonight, because this is, yes, a very much a new thing for the channel. But you know, and we were very much testing the water as well, and you know, the hope being that this would be a welcome break from, because you know, we have been, you know, for months now we've been just playing games like 6 nights a week. But you know, if this proves to be a welcome addition to our offerings as a channel, if you like, then I would like to keep doing this, you know, as general modding streams, maybe once a week, you know. And if Saturday nights continue to work for them, great, you know, because well, I'm kind of under orders from a lot of the folks here in chat to spend more time doing chatting and less time just hiding playing games. So this is kind of my little solution to that. Okay, for reasons unbeknownst to me still, you guys seem to like our yapping sessions. And I know you've always encouraged me to do more just chatting and everything. So yeah, this, you know, we end up vibing with this today, and I certainly feel like we have so far. We will keep this going. It won't be every week that we do this stuff. But yes, well, a modding workshop. Yeah, very much so. We'll work on my mods tweaks. We'll work on stuff that you guys have. And yeah, thank you. And no, it's not bearing with you at all, Tyra. It is very much a welcome contribution to the to the workshop. So yeah, if we can be of more help figuring things out further down the line, I'll happily help as best as I can as well. But yes, if that's time for you, then I wish you a lovely rest of your evening. Are you loving the book readings as well, are you, Lieutenant? Yes, well that is another mainstay of content for me. I know there's not a lot of new material right now for those of you who have been here for a long time on that while we're transferring it all to the new channel, but it will continue. There will be new content coming once all the current content has finished moving. There will be new readings coming in again, and now we're getting nuzzles. Yay! Thank you, Tyra. Oh, we love the nuzzles. Is this just, are we getting a closer look at the glasses? I might need to reposition them so I can peer over the top of them at you all when I'm being judgy. What do you think? But yeah, so yeah, the book readings, we will be getting brand new readings. It's going to be a few weeks. I think the transfer continues into June, but it does slow down then, so in the coming weeks we will start getting brand new readings out for you again. Well, there certainly is demand for that, Lieutenant. We shall have to see, won't we?
You excited?
And so, yeah, readings are continuing. The Kingdom Come Deliverance series will be making a return in due time as well. But yes, we're already starting to get requests for new books to read that have not been previously covered as well, and some new franchises as well. So yeah, I've got very high hopes for our reading channel. I sincerely, well, obviously hope that it continues to grow and find so many people who appreciate the content we do there. But in terms of our just chatting, the reminders of upcoming things, next Saturday we will not be doing Skyrim modding, because next Saturday I'm hosting my first episode of the new talk show, Foxing Around, with a number of friendos who I'll be introducing you all to. So again, more in their cozy chatting vibes, but it won't be much of a modding workshop, that one. But that's only going to happen once a month at the moment. And yes, we did say content, Lieutenant. New content at that. But yeah, so next week is going to be... So we're looking at the moment, like Saturdays are going to be our more cozy chatting live stream nights. It might move around in time. We'll see. We need to see how things fit in. We'll see how things settle, for me as well. It may work, it may not. So we'll see how we get on. But yes, the aim is at least one night a week. One night a week is going to be more of a just chatting stream. And once a month, that will be the talk show, introducing you all to other streamers. We'll be bringing on maybe 4 or 5 guests each week to come and show off to everyone and introduce to all of you and to each other's communities as well. So we're very excited for that. It's not a blue cub anymore. Oh yeah, look guys, I told you I'd finish colouring in. Look, even Mizu turns into a little red wolf now. Look, ah, woo! Yes, yeah. If you haven't met him before, Excel, this is my little pet fox cub, Mizu. Or when he's blue, he is. Now that I'm a red wolf, he's a little red wolf cub, and I'll take no arguments. Okay. Space alien. Man, stop calling him a space alien, damn it. He's a cute little red cub of one form or another. Yeah, well, there's my... You know I was covering all that stuff and just about ready to go for a break now, right? Now you got me tied here to honour the redeemed now, look. And hey, Shadow! Yeah, almost. This is my... This is the form of the sussy red wolf. Awoo! Yes, I started out like this as an April Fool's joke because it's been a long-running joke with the community, calling me various things that I was blatantly not. So for my April Fools this year, I made it so that I am, and so it ended up sticking around, and now it's a redeem. So now I can keep coming back as the sussy red wolf. Ah, yes, but yeah, so we got some insight for you all there. I know I've gone off topic here, but it seemed fitting to cover the ground. The bottom line is we're trying new things, which hopefully align with the direction that many of you have been asking for from the channel here. And yeah, we'll see how we go, but we have a current plan to keep chatting once a week, and since there's not going to be that many chat shows, most of those streams, so Saturday nights, mostly will be our little modding workshops like tonight. And yes, if we even have times when I'm not working on bigger modding projects for my game, I do in fact have ideas for brand new mods to create, which we might even start working on. So in future streams like this one, assuming we continue them of course, we might even do some playing with the creation kit and actually creating brand new mods from scratch, which yes, we will then, if I can do what I hope to do with them. I'm actually very excited for the prospect, you know. I think it could be something very fun and very good for our community as well, because I have aspirations to tie things in for our community for interest as well. So yes, all part of the grand scheme there. But I have a few niggly details to figure out, just like we were just trying to figure out with Tyra's mod idea there. And yeah, it's if I can figure those things out, we'll be creating, well, I want to create something like my book covers mod, the Burp series, which is essentially, it's less a mod and more of a mod framework, which can be freely and easily patched. So, well, if I've been saying that much, I may as well tell you the whole thing now. So the idea that I have, I'll come up here and explain this nice and clearly. Look, so the idea I have is, if we do this, and I'm not saying we are going to yet, but if we do, the mod idea I have is going to tie in to our book reading series that we were just talking about on the new standalone channel. That's it. Boot the nose while we're there. Yep, there you go. Have a good boot. That's it. But yeah, so what we're looking to try and do is possibly create a nice cozy little den in game. Maybe a nice cozy little library with a cozy little fox zone looking after it. And that library will be mostly empty. But what will happen over the course of time is we will add patches to the mod. So initially it will just be a nice place, maybe with some initial content with it. But basically it will be an empty library that you can discover in-game, and an NPC Foxo who you can find in-game. And that Foxo will basically give you quests to help her find all her special edition books or something like that. And whenever you retrieve the correct books and return them to her library, that will then unlock the ability for you to have the corresponding book reading play as an in-game audiobook, because in-game audiobooks are actually quite a sought-after form of mod. There's been some very popular mods that convert the in-game lore books to audiobooks so people can listen to them while adventuring. So this will introduce a dynamic and evolving quest system, which will allow us to basically keep growing alongside our book readings, and also then obviously make more use of the book readings, not just being there on YouTube for people to watch, but actually make them as a dynamic integration in the game. And the thing I need to work out is how to have that trigger from generic copies of the books, because I don't want to add one-off unique copies everywhere. If that's the way it has to go, I can do so, but it would be nice to have it trigger dynamically, kind of like we were trying to figure out for Tyra's mod idea. So that way, the player can just happen to find the correct books, bring them in, and then once the books are added to the in-game library, that they can then either have an option when they open the book themselves to have a reading, or they can trigger it with the NPC, and basically, if you like, they can take the book off the shelf, take it to the NPC and say, "Here, could you read this for me?" There's a few different ways we can implement it, but that is basically the idea, is having a mod which ties an in-game library, an in-game cozy den that we will make from scratch, and ties it into our book reading series. That's the plan. Well, that's the idea. I won't say it's a plan because I'm not fixed on doing it or not yet. But it was the it's a concept. Yes, we like that word. It's a concept. And so yeah, if we end up not doing so much on mod maintenance, we can look at that and show you guys some of the process because there will be scripting work involved in that. Yes, the concept, yes. But yes, there will be scripting work involved in that. We will be working largely in the creation kit. And we will be building game cells and doing nav meshing, NPCs, quest dialogue, and the whole thing. So there will be a lot to it, and I will have a hell of a lot to try and remember how to do. But if we end up doing new mod creation as a thing, that is a concept that we will look to have a play with as a community project. You guys will actually be able to see it unfold as I build the mod, and then of course it will become a published mod, which will continue to grow with new patches as we complete new book readings as well. And that in itself is one of the key functions, because it's one thing to make a mod based on all the readings that are there, but to make it as a framework which is capable of just being dynamically added to by adding further patches down the line. So say, for example, in the future we read a different book series, I or even someone else can easily make a patch from a template and add it to the framework for seamless integration. Now to create something like that is a whole extra layer of polish that I would really like to try and achieve with this, like I did with the book covers series. And hello again, Calleth. Are you liking my glasses as well, are you? Everybody likes the glasses. I don't know why, but to go in the theme of the day, it just works, right? So yeah, there you go. So that's some little insight into future plans for you all. Yeah, apparently they do. And a bit festin'. Oh, come on. I just did 10 minutes of filler because I was waiting to go on a break. Yes, honk indeed. And we like the glasses on my sussy wolf form as well. I'm so glad.
There you are.
Okay, look, I really still need to get a drink, guys, so I know you just redeemed the sussy wolf festa, and I'm gonna go on break for a few minutes and deny you it for the time, but look, I'm gonna take the break, but I promise you I will redeem the wolf myself when I get back, okay? And I'll give you extra wolf time as a result, because we're gonna get ads in a minute anyway now regardless. So... Oh yeah, if you could do that past year, if you just refund that one for him, but I'll bring this form back after it's run out anyway, don't worry. So we'll double it up and you'll actually get some bonus, okay? But yeah, I need to go and get a drink right now. Ooh, all this talking about mods, see? So yeah, you guys enjoy a spot of fishing and do get your drinks and snackos as well. And I will see you in a few. welcome back, everyone. I trust we are all suitably refreshed. Oh, and good job, Hairball. You managed to catch a fish even from all the way over there. I am sorry that you don't get to play the game on that side. It's a bit lacking, but unfortunately it is a Team Purple exclusive. That's down to the app itself. Nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. But I am still looking for alternatives and or other things to add for you guys as well, because I don't like to see you missing out so much. So we'll get there. Yes, as all, I am the sussy wolf right now. Yep. A fishy wishy, that's definitely a new one, Kato. Yep. Yes, so on with the mod maintenance. So the next one on my list here, I've got a reference. Okay, and if anyone is not familiar, right? These references I'm using here, this is the form ID of an object. Okay, and the way these work, the first, well, mostly for main files, ESP and ESN, the first two letters tell us the mod it is. If it's a light file, it would be the first 4 digits. But the rest of it is just whatever it appears as within the mod itself. And is generally more fixed. But the first digits will change depending on the load order. And thank you for the head pats, Azul. Thank you. So this is another lantern, but I've written down a whole bunch of new coordinates here for it. So what this means is I'm keeping it, but I'm moving it. And again, a lot of this is just my personal way of managing this stuff. I make notes on my phone and then I action them in game en masse later on. So it's my shorthand that I'm working to. That's why I know what it is, okay? So I've got an X, Y, and Z coordinates, so I'm just going to reproduce those in here because using some of the mods I have in game, particularly in this case a mod called Jackson's Positioner, that mod allows me to move things around and view the in-game coordinate data for their position. So I can move them to where I want them to be, and then I can call up the information to sit, because if you move something with a positioner in game, it will stay like that while you're in the game. It may even keep it within that save, but when you come along on your next character, it will be reset. So I move them to where I want them to be visually in game, and then correct them here so that on the next playthrough they stick around. And speaking of sticking around, there goes the Wolf Redeem. So as promised, let me put that back on for you because I took a break. If I can find it. Look on that scroll. Come on, chat, where are you? Hey, there we go. As promised, luck. See, and all I will say to that is, if you are reading sussiness into ordinary innocent things, that just tells me what sussy little backers all of you are, see? Right, so that is my lantern moved. I can cross that one off the list. Very poorly. kitty wants love. We got a kitty, Excel. We love our kitties. Mine's still here as a pillow for me, actually. I'm literally resting my head against her right now. Or one of them. I don't know where the other one is. She's probably guarding the other side of the house right now. Yeah, so this next one, combine jeweled miscellaneous items. So this is a little bit more of an obtuse one, but it's one that I do quite a lot. You may be sussy backers, but you're my sussy backers too right as all. Yes, too right. So, any of you who've played the game and done the Thieves Guild quest line, you'll be familiar with all the unique collectibles from it. You get things like the little jeweled flagon and the little model ship that are unique collectibles you obtain throughout that quest line, and they decorate the guild house. Well, I discovered while playing through that I've got a number of mods that add duplicates of those into the game as their own thing. So what I like to do is make them all one and the same. So we'll see how feasible this is. So we're going to search, and we want name contains jeweled, and we're going to narrow it down further because they are all miscellaneous items. Not world spices, that was the last thing I searched for. And we're going to search the whole load order. There we go. So there's not much there, though. So let's just see now in the base game. So there we go. There's the jeweled flagon, the candlestick, the goblet, and the picture. Except there are actually more things than that, aren't there? Yeah, there are more. What's going on with the candlestick? Oh, that's just a value thing. Okay, whatever. Done. But we have the base game items. What have we got here? We got a jeweled picture. And we can look at the side by side, so we can see it's using the same object, look. So it's the same model, but this one here, it's obviously doing it as a recolor. So that's what this is. This is alternate textures. So we'll leave that one alone because it's a retexture. Makes it look a bit different. That's fine. Where have we got in this one? More retextures. That's its own version. So those are all retextures. Fine, we can live with them. They're probably messy anyway. Legacy is just editing the vanilla ones.
Okay.
So now Worm's Tooth Luck is adding its own version of each of them, which is only used once each. So it's just placing its own copy of each one in the world. So we're going to replace all of them. I copy those as an override. We're going to use our multi-patch file again. So now the record from Worm's Tooth. So I need to move this over a bit so you can see. So the record from Worm's Tooth is there, look, and now we've got it duplicated in my patching file. So for the picture, all I'm going to do is copy the vanilla reference. I bet it. You know what? I've actually done the wrong thing there. I didn't want to copy those. Don't. I'm always doing silly things like that. No, we remove those. I didn't want those in there. Because we're not changing the base item, we're changing the placed reference. So go to the list, right-click on the reference and copy that into the new file. And even though it's not in the filter, we have to fiddle with a hiding to make it appear because it's not filtered with a view. But now we have the placed picture from Worm's Tooth. And now it is replaced with the vanilla item. So it has been unified. We'll do the same again. Let's take a goblet. Just copy the reference. Toggle the hide to make it show. That's just a little workaround with toggling the hiding so that it's because we've got an active filter on. So that's all that is. Then we do the flagon, same again. Copy the reference, not the base object. Open it up. And change the base object in the reference here to the vanilla object. That will. And this is just going to keep them all nice and uniform. So that we don't have, because these are using the exact same mesh as the vanilla object, so it's unaltered. There's no retexturing or anything going on. It's literally just a carbon copy of the same thing. And that's all the ones from Worm's Tooth done. Windhelm adds a random goblet, so we'll swap that one as well. And hello, Stacks. Nice, another one done. Yes, welcome in. How are you doing today? And we have another one there, but that has no references. So even though it exists in the mod, it's not used. So there's nothing there for us to change in that one. That's just editing the vanilla. That's unique. Ooh. Oh, no, that's... Is it? Yep, that's the vanilla one again. Oh, and Crystal Wind adds some as well by the looks of it. They are all the same, so we'll swap those. Candlestick. And we're getting a lovely smooshing, are we? Is the smooshing better with the glasses? Do they help with that as well? So when it comes to the actual benefit of doing this in-game, there isn't really much. But it satisfies my own OCD. I've never liked seeing multiple instances of a thing in-game when it's the same thing, but because it belongs to different mods, even though it appears to be the same thing and it has the same name. The game treats it like a different item, and that just always bugged me. So I like to make things uniform, and it actually has surprising benefits as well, because think about it in this example, by making all these random mod things tied to using the vanilla version, the vanilla reference, that means that I can actually then find the required vanilla item for decorating the Thieves Guild in different places. And believe it or not, there are other mods that use the same thing as decoration, like Legacy, for example. So it opens up some nice options, and yeah. As I said, most importantly though, it satisfies my own OCD. But you do have to be careful with doing this as well, because sometimes you have a unique reference to something which looks the same, but it's actually used by a quest. And a quest-linked version of an object can be very exceptional, so you do sometimes have to keep the context in mind for them as well, you know? But with it, all the examples here though, everything is simply placed decoratively within one mod or another. So it's a very minimal thing, very low impact, but it just tidies things up. And I personally like to think that having less objects referenced in the game itself will always have it can only have a beneficial effect on the save files, because it's one less thing for the game to think about. It's one less new item to map its information for, you know? And no worries, Chaotic. That's time to go. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for joining us. And welcome in Erilyn as well. Always lovely to see you. And I don't know about a spexy new outfit, although I do have my Red Wolf form now as a redeem. That's the sussy Red Wolf. But as a much more but as a more permanent fixture, potentially, certainly seems to be popular, is my new glasses. Everyone seems to love the glasses. And do you know what as well? I literally just threw these together on a whim. Well, I kid you not, literally while the stream loading screen was on today. So while you guys were gathering and getting in your first round of huggies and everything else, I was actually frantically doing a quick Photoshop dirty edit on these glasses and quickly adding them to myself, because I thought it would be a fun little addition, since we were doing a more educational thing today. Oh, and there we are. Yes, there you go. The sussy wolf is back in action. Awoo! Haven't had that one for a while, have we? Alright, have I done the picture? No, I have not. Alright, picture. Yes, honk indeed. There we go, right, that's all the jeweled miscellaneous items now all fully uniform again. Order is restored. And that is actually done as well now. Alright, so I've got a duplicated map marker to remove here. Aren't we? And we've got another neuro spin to do. Is this the first time I've got to do a spin as Wolfie? It might be. So enjoy it. Oh, there you go. Who says you can't teach an old wolf new tricks, right? And whoever says I'm an old wolf is getting the whip as well, so you've been warned. Yeah. I am there. Do I sleep? I do sleep. I do sleep, Jet. But I sleep when I get tired. I sleep, and it is like 2:30 in the morning here, as you can see, over my head. So, but it's not time for me to sleep yet. We love new tricks, and no, stop it. No, enough with that grand stuff. Thank you very much. Have less of that. Ah, damn it, stupid phrases. Yeah, so next one. So because some of the mods do add up, they add different map markers to the same place. So it's quite a rare one, but when I do find them, I'll make a note. So we're going to remove one of those map markers. So it's not a conflict per se, but say we've got Atlas map markers, might add a marker to an area that didn't have one in vanilla. And say another unassociated content mod also adds something to it as to that same spot. Then we end up with doubled up map markers. So this is where I'll search by a base record of 10. And hopefully, if I've got that spelled correctly, Kronvanger. But we do have to search the entire load order, and it is objects in the world space. So this one's going to take a minute to cook, so we can chill up here for a minute and enjoy not getting false accusations of being one thing or another, right, guys? Right? And is it yet? I don't know. See, it to me, it's just normal. I look at a lot of modders out there, and I do a lot of things, but I don't consider myself particularly knowledgeable in all of this. Wild as that might sound to you guys, but I mean I look at people like JK, and damn it, Horst, no, why did you click that one for, you git? But yeah, people like JK or Power 3, and the scripting knowledge and the just the general know-how and the understanding behind stuff that all these guys do is just seriously next level. So yeah, I don't consider myself to be overly knowledgeable. I mean, I, for the life of me, still can never figure out how to create outfits in Outfit Studio. I don't know the first thing about doing body type conversions, but there are people out there that do this. There are people out there that convert old outfits and add physics to them and stuff like that. I cannot even wrap my little fox brain or my little wolf brain at the minute around anything like that. I've tried. I couldn't even manage to. I tried to do a fuchsia fur. So the extra fluffy fur tail that I have now in game. I tried to learn how to do that texturing technique, and even following a tutorial, I couldn't I couldn't achieve it. I could not get it right, and I could not figure it out. And are you enjoying a good licky there, are you? Do I need to come up here? Is that better? Is that easier for lickings now? Is it? Yeah. Oh, so you've compared your files with a suspected mod, and you don't see any of the unique mods, but you did notice that some files. Some files match with vanilla, so it's possible they have overwritten. Yeah, well, if those loose files are still there, then even if the mod is not being loaded, so even if the ESP is ghosted, if those loose files are there, then they will overwrite vanilla. Yeah. So that does seem likely. Oh my, we're in kissing range now, are we? Oh my. Well. Go on then. Go on, call it. I'm waiting. Yeah, I'm teasing. Don't go slobbering over your monitor or anything like that. Well, I very much appreciate that, host, and I'll say, and I've come to appreciate, since we've been talking about mods out here, with nose boots, obviously, but but no, I've come to appreciate that a lot of people don't have the same level of knowledge that I do with it, and we have actually talked about this before, right? You know, we talked before, guys, about working with mod lists and the benefits of things like Wabberjack lists and everything, and oh no, hello Lou and Remy, welcome in. No, so we're doing just general mod maintenance at the moment. We did a little bit of work on making a new mod earlier, just to help one of the friendos out, but yeah, at the moment, we're just working on any general troubleshooting and ideas that people have got in chat. That we've been helping Dan there with some troubleshooting on some stray files. And we're mainly just working through some familiarization with working on different things using some of the different tools like xEdit behind me for doing little tweaks and patches and refinements, things like that. That's all we're really doing today. We may in the future, and we were talking a little earlier, we may do proper full mod creation from scratch using the creation kit. Doing, creating game cells, NPCs, oh, there we go, I'm back. Yeah, quest lines, all of that stuff, that may come in a future one, or doing more involved mod patching, more detailed stuff, but since it's our first time here, and we're just vibing, finding our way, so we're just looking at a lot of simple stuff to really get ourselves more familiar with some of the tools we have here. And yes, absolutely, Jet, I've said the same thing myself many a times. Learning modding is a situational learning, and for making mods as well. I've often heard it before where people have said, I'd really like to make a mod. And you say to them, okay, well, what mod do you want to make? And I say, well, I don't know, I just want to make a mod. It sounds interesting, I'd like to make mods, I think it would be fun. Okay, great, well, first things first, go away, play your game, see things, and actually take note of your game experience. And find things that you want to make better in your game, things that you want to mod. And then if you can't find a mod to do what you want to do, then there you go. That is your idea. Because it's a very different thing then to make a specific mod, just like we were working on with Tyra earlier. they had a very specific thing in mind that they wanted to achieve, and that then makes it much more doable. You know, it gives you something to aim for. If you just go at it, say, I want to make a mod just for the sake of making a mod, well, yes, you can pick a random idea and just make something, but it'd be fine for the learning experience and figuring things out, but you're never going to make a published mod out of it like that, because chances are someone else has already done it, and they've probably already done it better as well. Because, as we know, especially with Skyrim, the Skyrim modding community, it might as well be its own nation at this point. It is that intense and insane, and there's so much of it. Do you think there could be another mod that you can't remember right now? You wonder if there's a way to reset those specific meshes. I mean, it depends on how your setup looks. It really depends, Dan. If everything is all in one big folder, like if you're doing everything in the vanilla data folder, yeah. You could just remove the loose files, but if you've got other mods in a file structure like in my mod organizer, well, I mean, but you're using Vortex, right? I don't think that has the same functionality as we have here. Which is a shame, because that would help you a great deal there. Is it normal for Vortex to take a long time to purge? I honestly do not know, Dan. I've never used Vortex. For reasons like that, I've always... I looked at it when they first came along with it. I played with the Nexus mod manager before it became Vortex. But... I've never really actively worked with it, so I honestly couldn't tell you, I'm afraid, in what's normal or behaviour or not for it. And welcoming Poseidon, hello to you, and thank you for the head fats. So you started making mods the exact same way, did you? Yeah, you wanted something in your game, and you put in the screws to it and made some stuff. Exactly. If you find something in your game that you want to be a certain way, great, make a mod to do it. If your aim is to make a mod to publish, well, first of all, do research, because chances are somebody else has already done it, and I see it time and again. Somebody makes a new mod that they think is a wonderful, great new idea that's revolutionary, when in reality 20 other people have made 20 other mods to do the exact same thing, and with the greater experience behind them, most of them have done it better as well. And then the new mod author gets all downtrodden because their great mod idea didn't get popular overnight. And that is unfortunately something that happens as well. So yeah, find an idea, find something that you want to do to your game, and do that as your mod, and make that your learning experience, and grow from there. You know, like Lou says there, that's the way they did it, that's the way I did it at first as well. And then the more you do, the more ideas you get. So the files you're looking at are so that's in the main Skyrim install directory in data, meshes, and then actor. Oh, okay. Be very mindful of things you alter in that actors folder, because those getting files wrong in there can lead to hard crashes. But your crash log, certainly the Netscript crash log I showed you earlier, will identify if that is the case. Let me let me get rid of that a second. Oh, what do I have installed? Have I got Pandorable? Yes. You're gonna be all packed up now, aren't you? No? So, meshes, actor, character, face gen data. So, Dan, if you... within actor, potentially, fine. If it's within character, That's a warning bell before you start hitting delete or anything, okay? If it's within character, if it's within face gen data, do not touch. Unless you're fixing a thing which is already caused by a conflict. It can go either way, but basically, if your face gen data, because it will go all the way in, and it will have all of these files left. And if I open one of these, they might look a bit messy and blank, but these are literally the map of the NPC faces you see in game. If this does not match what the game data is saying, that will be a hard crash. Okay, so it's not there, it's in character asset, so okay, you might be alright then with it. Bottom line, as I said earlier, if you think you've got the suspect files that you don't want there to be there changing things, if you think you've got the right files, try removing them, boot up your game, find the relevant object that they appear on, if it's a specific NPC or a creature or an object, whatever it is, find it in game, see if it is fixed, and obviously that you don't crash. And if it's good, great. If it's not, put the files back before you go and do anything else. It's the only way to be sure. It'll make sense to you, Jet? Yeah, you really want to make stuff for content. Yeah, but if you've got, if you've got that as your inspiration and making stuff for content, like with your comedy horror videos that I've seen, that's perfect incentive. You've got something unique that you want to have as a mod. Chances are someone hasn't already made it because it's very bespoke to you making content. So you've got a unique thing to make there, and that's a good, valid reason. It gives you the direction. Because as we saw working through Tyra's example earlier, that direction of your vision for what the end mod should do to the game can have serious impacts on how you build the mod. As for the tool I'm using to view the meshes, that is a tool called nifscope. And it's spelt with a K. So it's nifscope. You find it all over the place. I think the GitHub is the main home for it. So we'll just go back up there. So that's it there, look. So it's part of Nif Tools. Shall I get out of the way so you can see that? But yeah, it's Nif Scope with a K. It's a free app. It's got a very well-established history. It's used by lots of things. It's a very standard program to be used, and it's a free program on GitHub. And that you can use to both view and modify your mesh files to a point. Obviously, there's only so much you can do to modify them, but you can still do a lot. Oh, and Wolfman, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so we were removing our map marker, weren't we? So there's only one added by Atlas. Come on, there you go. So because I've got one of the other mods is adding another marker to this location, and I want that one to remain, but this one just gets in the way basically, so we'll just have a look, see if I can remove this from these form lists as well. No, I'm going to need to enter the full name. Let's have a look. let's filter here by... There we go. So because the map marker, I'm going to remove features on these form lists. Well, features on map 1 anyway. Why isn't it on that? Or is it? Ah, there we go. Yep, so I'm going to remove it from those form lists. So now the object I'm removing has no references calling for it. So if there's no references, that basically means you're clear in principle to remove it. If something references an object and you remove it, you will end up with it creating an error on the reference it's looking up, because obviously the thing it's looking up is no longer there if you delete it. That can or cannot be a game-breaking problem. Oh, so yeah, maybe, yeah. So give Niscope a download, and then you could open up the files, and yeah, that will certainly give you a view of them. Keep in mind, you might end up seeing things looking like that pink untextured head in the example I just opened. That is perfectly normal and nothing to worry about. You might not if it's got loose files present as well, but basically if the textures it's calling for are locked up in an archive file, then the Nifscope won't read them, but if they're loose it will, and you'll see them then. And the main thing is that it's not a point of concern. Now let me have a look at this one. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this one or not, because this comes down to some classification of objects, which I think comes down to keywords. Possibly, or not. This actually doesn't have any keywords, so can I add... I don't know what the keyword would be. I would need to find something else that has the relevant keyword if I'm gonna do that. So basically, so now we're looking... Oh, you still remember my pink snow bug, pink snow all around Dawnstar? Yeah, that was fun. But yeah, so this is now where we have miscellaneous items in game. Things like the skulls, bone pieces, etc., which the game classifies as remains. And this can be used by sorting systems, all sorts of things. But I've got some extra ones which are added by mods, which the game does not recognise as remains. So we have a look at the vanilla skull. We can see this has a keyword of a vendor item animal part. But the object I found that is missing that classification does not have any keywords. So we're just going to add that vanilla keyword to the item, and now it will be recognised. So now the next time I pick up that particular frost giant skull as loot, the game should recognise it as remains, and then because it comes, as you see from the keyword, it's a vendor item keyword. So different vendors will trade in different objects. The game will handle different objects in different ways based on these keywords. Sorting systems will use them, and this means that the game will now, hopefully, regard this item. There's probably some more here as well, because this particular mod adds lots of them, but see, others have already got the keyword. So that one might have just been an oversight. Well, this one doesn't have it, so we'll add it there as well. There's a little bit of housekeeping. Yep, these have got it. So that's all good.
I love you.
Alright, now we got some brown face bugs. That's a very famous Skyrim bug, isn't it? I'm sure anyone who's played with a modded Skyrim will have encountered the brown face bug, or the black face bug, however you want to call it. Thank you, Asara. Yes, it was. I like to check in on the tracker now and again, just to see a nice picture of my overall progress. You know. On the tool worked perfectly, did it? It seems that those files are indeed being modified. So the Skyrim's core files, the original untouched ones, yeah? No, so those core files will be locked away in an archive. So, if I go to my installation here, in fact, actually, I can go to my raw game installation, not my Nolvus. Because yes, one thing with my Nolvus build, everything modded is kept completely separate from the base game. But what you want to see is in the base game. So if I go back to my Steam installation and Skyrim. So in your data folder, if you scroll down, you should see a whole bunch of files like this, okay? So these are BSA archive files, and unless you have done something very obtuse with your installation and removed them or unpacked and deleted them, these will be there. And these are everything that is in the base game, untouched. So if you have a loose file that is replacing a vanilla object, then that vanilla object will be in one of these. So if you remove the loose file, the game will then start loading the version that is locked up in the archive instead. So hopefully that makes sense. We can check it. There is, there are tools we can use to unpack these and verify that the file you're trying to remove does exist in there. But if you know it's a vanilla object, that vanilla object will be in here, probably in one of these two Skyrim meshes. And again, at the end of the day, as I said, if you try deleting the item, first thing to do is load up in game, go and check it visually in game, and if it hasn't corrected the problem, or if it causes a crash, then put the file straight back in and look elsewhere. But yeah, so I have some brown faces, and I'm pretty sure I know why these are caused. And I suspect when we find these, we're going to find others that need it. So I've got the reference here. This is for Arnbjorn. And this is just the reference, and the reference isn't touched. So if we go onto the base object, and now we can see lots of mods are interfering with his record. And look at all we got, all these red records. That means something somewhere is being overwritten and changed again, and there is basically something is losing the conflict. So for Arnbjorn, well, we know it's the face, but let's see, what mods do we have? So we have obviously base Skyrim, then the unofficial patch, and then this change with the combat class look. So I know some of you have said before that you didn't really know how to read and decipher this view in xEdit. So for those of you who that applies to, so we have the record type, okay, and the fact that it's red means that something is being changed and then changed again. if you like. So something is losing a conflict, and that means that it could be the source of a problem. And not so much a mod loading stream, Poseidon, and not quite. We did do some mod making earlier. It's more mod maintenance, and we covered everything very broadly. You know how I'm doing little patches for things, correcting conflict. We'll be doing some troubleshooting with people earlier. Just a general mod maintenance thing, really. And doing a bit of education as well, because that has been requested quite a bit in helping people get familiar with some of the different tools that we use, like xEdit here.
I hope your code
So yeah,
is
so
staying
with
for whole
the
time.
record selected for Arnbjorn,
I did prepare a song. I
we
don't
can
know it
see
very
here
well, so I'm a little,
this
I'm a little,
magnifier is very sensitive to where my mouse is, okay? So we have the record type, and just to give you an example, so we have his class here, and in the base game his class is Combat Assassin, right? But then the unofficial patch changes that to be a Barbarian, and then we have, what have we got here? Modpocalypse, Pride of Skyrim. I'm gonna have to zoom out. Yeah, Modpocalypse, Pride of Skyrim, and then Save the Brotherhood. And Save the Brotherhood is basically reverting that change, look. So that changes it back to Assassin as it was in the base game. So this is a common thing that you see where people complain that mods aren't compatible with the unofficial patch. Because the patch, wait, my glass... What's happened to my glasses? Where have they gone? No? No, they're still there, right? Yep, they're still there. They're a little bit off-centered, depending on which way I'm facing, because I pinned them on quite expediently earlier, so yeah, they're not quite straight, depending which way I'm facing. So they're a bit off-center. Is that what you mean? Oh, you just noticed them as well? Sorry, yes, I'm wearing glasses today because I'm trying to be smart, look. Yeah, so if we look at the whole thing here, if I widen that out more so you can see everything, look. So, some different examples. So the object bounds, which is this whole bundle here, look, is amber because everything is the same. There is a change, but nothing overwrites the change. Okay? So, assuming that's the change we want, it's all good. It might not be. Sometimes we might want something to be reverted. So, we can't just assume that certain colours are right and certain colours are wrong. Yeah, if I look straight, they're off-center. Yeah, so they're a bit off. I guess given how much everyone likes them, I'm gonna have to get them pinned a bit more accurately, aren't I? And again, similarly, down here, in factions and packages, we have nothing, or not nothing, sorry, because I've hidden. So there's a lot of information in an NPC record, okay? But because we are addressing mod troubleshooting, we can right-click in here and hide any no conflict and empty rows. So all we see then are rows that are being amended in some way or another. Like here, this is just adding extra packages to the NPC. Oh, you feel like Vortex is your problem in the end? You'd sold another mod, doesn't appear to have removed the files, should be related to it. Switch to MO2, but you're afraid that would cause issues. Vortex has its own file thing and also a rules management system that you're not sure is transferable, but I mean, yeah, it's but yeah, to do what you're suggesting, you are basically looking at doing a clean install at that point, aren't you? Yeah, it's you know, you might be, yeah, it might not literally be clean because if you've got a lot of the files there, but
How are you guys doing though?
I mean, Sam, do you have lots of free disk space? Could you afford to duplicate your whole installation? Is that an option? Because you could then create a mod organizer to managed installation. Try moving everything over and running it, and then if it doesn't work, you've still got your original one intact. That, if you have the space, that's an option, but I appreciate with a large load order like yours, that may not be the case. Okay, so I'm just going to tidy up a little bit with Arnbjorn here, because it's not just his brown face, but the fact that I've got NPC overrides. And again, a lot of this comes down to knowing the mods you have installed, okay? So, unofficial patch. I know, I'm sure many of you know, just does lots of little tweaks and fixes and improvements and things. Modpocalypse is an NPC overhaul, so straight away, remember we're here for a brown face bug. And then Pride of Skyrim is also an NPC overhaul. So, to fix the brown face bug, I want... This is the culprit, because I have more recently added Save the Brotherhood to my game. But I didn't come in here and check it for patching, so it is now... My game thinks I should be seeing the face data from Pride of Skyrim for Arnbjorn, but the data file is reset back to vanilla because I added the modding. So I obviously need to keep that mod in and most of its changes, but I want the NPC face data from Pride of Skyrim. So we're going to copy the Pride of Skyrim because Novus does have a bunch of patches for different things already. Look, all these Novus patches here. And somewhere in this list, hopefully, is one for NPCs. Visual, no. Ah, there we go. NPCs. So we're going to copy his record over to there. And now, see, the records that were red have now turned amber again. This bit is still red because 2 mod overhauls are overlapping in the game here. So you got space on your other drives that you should be able to do that. So if your Skyrim folder, so yeah, as long as you are always conscious of what it is you're moving around and doing, like I said, anything that it can, if something can be done, it can also be undone. But you just have to always be mindful of what you are moving around and doing, and keep in mind the size of the job you are taking on. You are potentially rebuilding your game from scratch. And there will be likely be components in there that you will still need that are not part of the base mods. Think about if you do any body slides for your body mods, if you use CBBE or anything like that, you will have extra loose files which can be managed independently of the mod that you downloaded, and you'll still need those. If you generated Dyndelod, things like that. So it will be a very, very large project to undertake still. So do keep that in mind, and if you have scope for the backup, great, do it. Look, I've still got, I think I've still got a full backup of my old game installation from before I moved on to Novus here, I think. I say that. Utilities, backup. There we go, build number 1. So that is my old, very messy Skyrim installation where I butchered absolutely everything in it. And it's still there, and if I wanted to, I could slap the whole thing back into the main game directory and start playing that one again. On a new save, obviously. And but back to Armbjorn for me, so we've got things kind of in place, and again, this has turned red now, but this is his object bounds, which probably should be as vanilla, so I'm actually going to fix Save the Brotherhood there. And now that there's no conflict, it's disappeared. But what we now want in our patch is to carry the new changes over from Save the Brotherhood, because that's what the mod added in, that's what we need to keep. So we're going to drag those across, and that's literally all we're doing, is dragging records, or groups of them, from one mod to the next. And that way, we know now they've changed colour, that they're staying valid. This one we know needs to stay wrong, but I am going to take some of these because the slight height variance is a nice unique touch. But everything else, this is all face morph, face parts, colouring, so that will all be aligned exclusively from the mod that we want to win, in this case, Pride of Skyrim. And no worries, host, if that's good night for you. I wish you a good night as well. Thank you for hanging with us. Okay, so that takes care of Arnbjorn. Now, we almost guarantee if he's been butchered, yes, the others have as well. So we'll do the same for the other NPCs from that mod, even if they're not in my list. Yes, good morning indeed, Desmond. Yes, it is. Look, it's 3 AM here right now. Look. So again, we're just going to copy the one mod over there and carry the relevant data from the conflicting mod to make sure that the end line, so the one furthest over to the right here, is the win. That's where the final judgment is, if you like. That's where the final answer is. So whatever's the furthest this way is what will end up in game. So Gabriella, we got a bit more here, and there's actually another mod already winning here, but she's missing some of the packages that the Save the Brotherhood mod adds in. So I'm gonna copy that record. Oh, that actually comes after our Novus one. So what we'll do, we'll bring your patches straight in there, and that can become a new master file for her. And then the last one, Vizara. Again, similar thing. We got the beast skeletons and everything there. So we will copy that across to the patch. And then just bring over, because all Save the Brotherhood is actually doing to each of these is adding its faction and package data to them, which is probably why well, why I'm a wolf, for one, I think you call it, a woo, and honk-a-woo, there we go. But yeah, this is probably why, if you guys remember, we had a lot of difficulty with Save the Brotherhood at the end, didn't we? Because the game was being a bit buggy with them and not behaving. And this is probably why, because some of the NPCs were missing their added packages and their factions to allow them to function. So that takes care of those. Now, who else have we had? A few brown faces, didn't we? And some of these look like mod references, so we might have lost them now. Okay, well that's not an NPC, so it's not that one. That's not an NPC either. Neither is that. Okay, yeah, so unfortunately, because I've waited so long after building this list, some of these, they're gonna have to fly under the radar until the next time I spot them. Apparently Grelod? So that is... Oh wait. No, that's the reference. See, there we go. Grelod the Kind is in red again, so let's hide the conflicts. There we go. Exactly the same thing as expected. Look, we've got our... Regardless of other things before it, we've got a Modpocalypse patch. Modpocalypse is NPCs. Is NPC overhauls, and then we have another mod after it changing face features here. So all this stuff, you know, even if you can't see the header, look, we've got brows, head parts, hair, head pieces, so we know that's the face. And the face is being changed, that's why it's not correct. So we're going to copy this patch down the load order. And then we just need to make sure that anything actually changed by the Good Brother mod gets carried through. And that doesn't seem to really be much of anything. Apparently that was doing a bit of a naughty edit because it was editing a reference when it... Yeah, oh. Okay, I get it. Sorry. And yes, thank you for the clarifier there, Corlith. So we got one more we can try to locate, but again, it's an FE form ID, so it may not be there. And we may not be able to find it. No, we'll have to leave that one, so that's another one that we'll get away for now. But we'll find them again. Ready to host for these point claims. Proudly so as well, I'm sure. Okay, so the next one is just a note for me to add a patch because our follower Ori from Song of the Green apparently has a patch for Vigilant, which we are still yet to play here. So we're going to go back to the Ori mod and see if we can find said patch. Oh, there we go. Ori Vigilant commentary patch. I don't think, I think she comes with it natively. Because that's just a fix. So I don't think we need to worry about that then. Let me just verify. Vigilant commentary, there's a patch. That's an Eslified version of the same patch. yeah, that's it. So it is in fact all built in, so I don't need to add any new mod for that one. And yes, no worries, Uncle Fester. Thank you for shoving a crayon up my nose for one. Oh, thank you for vibing with us. Hope you've had fun, and we'll see you again soon. Right. So that one we can scratch off. There's another light reference which could have changed beyond where I can track it to again. Unless, I wonder. That's a light. Oh. In the Silver Blood Inn, Moonify, that does ring true. In fact, so... Although... No, the positioning is too far off, so that's not it. So that's another one that we're going to scrap. But a shorter reference is always a vanilla item, so that will be there. So Ruins Floor Candle, which is already altered by a mod, so we're just going to polish that up a bit. Because even though the mod has already moved the vanilla item, it moved it in accordance with what that mod does, and I've probably got another mod which is in the way of it. And that takes care of that one as well. There we go, that's another part of the list done, so I'm going to save that. Now, how much have I got on my last one? There is quite a bit there, and... Oh boy, we've been going for over 7 hours at this point, so I think it's probably probably for the best if I think about calling it a night as well, or a morning even. Yes, there we go. Oh, I thought I'd turn back to normal then, not quite though. Can't be without the pencil up the nose, right? But yes, let me just save all my progress there before I forget. Yep, lots of files to save. No call if there is no scuff. Behave. Just because I'm wearing a crown doesn't mean there's scuff. Yeah, I always get falsely accused of these things. But yeah, so there we go, guys. Well, I certainly feel like we've had a fun and interesting evening. I feel like we've had lots of good discussion going on. So I'm feeling very optimistic for doing more streams like this in the future. I think we can have a lot of fun with these, and as long as they continue to be a welcome benefit to all of you guys, I'm certainly happy to keep doing stuff like this. Because that is the reason we did this at the end of the day, because there was a lot of interest from the community at large in doing more streams like this, or streams like this full stop, and just basically doing a bit of education on modding tools and methods and things. So yeah, I think we'll keep this going, and hopefully we'll help more friendos in the future as well. And we'll share more new ideas too. And yeah, I was saying it's when it comes to tracking solution or tracking conflicts and things, it is something I've been doing for quite a few years now with my own game. So I'm sure everyone has their own little methods and things. This is what works for me. And damn it, I cannot take myself seriously with a bloody crayon shoved up my nose. But yeah, it is, and you know, at the end of the day, Corliss, you know, as we've been playing our modded games, it's become more and more apparent that for some people in the community, a lot of this stuff is things that they're not aware of, you know, and things that people welcomed the idea of having some help and guidance with. So we all know the joys of trying to look up tutorials on a lot of this stuff. You end up with a 20-minute long video of someone saying like and subscribe and follow the channel and do this and do that, and just to get to the 10 seconds 3/4 the way through where they actually tell you what you need to do. Oh, and we managed to help you track down and remove the problematic files for your game. Well, I'm very glad that we were able to help you with a specific issue there, Dan. And I hate the podcasters, yeah, but the podcasts are different, especially the Vanguard ones. Speaking of which, fly the flag. There we go. Nice and proud. Look, yes, the Vanguard badge always. Oh, behave. Look, no, we're saying goodnight for the day now. We don't need any of that nonsense. But no, I'm sincerely glad that you found us, Dan, and we're able to help you. And that does cue me to give a reminder. We do still have a discussion thread in the Discord under the Elder Scrolls channel. No, behave. I'm trying to go to bed, damn it. Stop it. So yeah, we do have a discussion thread under Elder Scrolls in the Discord for us to specifically drop ideas, or if there are things that you are trying to resolve or fix in your own games, be it Skyrim, Fallout, Oblivion, whatever. If there are things that you're trying to get to the bottom of, leave details in that thread and we can specifically focus them when we do our next little workshop here. So even if you can't attend a stream itself, there's no reason for you to miss out. So you can, if any of you wish, drop details in that thread of either types of problems you've got or specific tones that you would like to be familiarized with, and we can cover that for you. And it will always be here in the VOD then as well for you to reference. So as I do make use of it if there's anything else there. Otherwise, the next time we do this, we will continue with our little job list. And we barely scratched the surface of some of the different things that can be done. A lot of it is just being small conflict resolution stuff today for the most part, but still taking us down lots of little rabbit warrens, hasn't it? Mass Effect, if people are having issues with Mass Effect modding, I can take a look. Absolutely. I have done Mass Effect modding. Asari, behave. Do you mean here and now? Because I really would need a nap before doing that, at least. But yeah, I have done Mass Effect modding. I am nowhere near as refined in my knowledge of it, but I do know the basics of running some mods with it. So if people have difficulty or questions or just general how-tos for that, absolutely. If it comes to it, I'll make modding its own channel for discussions that are not game specific. But yeah, for now, because it is very much focused in our Elder Scrolls content, it's just a subthread there for the moment. But yes, it is there. If anyone has anything they want to drop in, please feel free to do so. If not, don't worry. As you've seen, I've got plenty of to-do lists as well, and most of what's on the list we haven't touched yet because they're all bigger jobs, so we can still get into making bigger patches and building our new mod idea as well that we talked about. There's so much there, so yes, as long as we keep enjoying these streams, we will keep doing them. Yes, so many things to do, Call it, indeed. The to-do list, my to-do list for my Skyrim mod fixes literally never ever end. But our stream is not quite like that. It does unfortunately have to end because I do have to sleep eventually, even at 3:30 in the morning, as it now is. So, so again, thank you all so much for coming and taking part in our little experimental workshop today. But we will call it a day there now. Call it a night, call it a morning, call it whatever the hell time zone it is. And I will go and find some... I'll go and find some fun company for us to go and vibe with. So stay in your seats and we'll go and say hello to someone, share the love. And whatever you end up doing with the rest of your day now, I do hope you have fun. And if I don't see you all before, then maybe I'll see some of you at our anime watch party tomorrow. Or today, if you're in my time zone and it's now Sunday. Yes, we'll be on season 2 of Konosuba, so yeah, do come along and enjoy if you would like to. Otherwise, I will see you all next time, guys. But yes, good night for now. Good night. Good night.